We are perfectly in time, and you will see the technical installations are there above. So I wait for the sign of Sylvain. No, I don't want to be identified. So if anybody doesn't know me, I'm Barbara Hallensleben, one of the organizers of this conference. Welcome. Mais merci, Désiré. Dear participants, dear guests of the colloquium on Ivan Illich, dear friends who are participating via live stream and unfortunately cannot share our conviviality. This conference takes place at the occasion of 20 years after the death of Ivan Illich on 2nd December 2002 in Bremen. But our conference symbolically ends on September 4th, Ivan's birthday in 1926. We are not here simply to enter into archives, even if we will make use of them, but to expose ourselves to Ivan's vitality. We are working towards his birthday for those who might be interested to share his insights and to be inspired by his prophetic voice. We are very happy that in this conference, friends of Ivan Illich who knew him during his lifetime are meeting with a new generation who did not know him personally and yet for whom he is or will become alive. Actually, this conference seemed to be impossible. Not only as we had to postpone it once because of the COVID situation, everything seemed to be conspiring against us. The confirmation of the financing by the Swiss National Science Foundation arrived only about 2 weeks before the conference started. Late reviews, technical problems, nobody exactly who knows what really happened. So we lost our hotel reservation. Then it came out that all the hotel rooms in Fribourg were fully booked because of the music festival of the Schubertiade and other large conferences. The hospitality of the Cistercians at Autrive Abbey saved us. I hope you slept well. I already heard, oh, it was nearly too silent. But I hope we will get used to this situation. If you were annoyed about the late information, I only can agree with you, and I deeply apologize. Thank you very much for being present anyway. I only see one reason for this. It is Ivan Illich. Conferences often bring together experts in a particular field of research. In this case, people know each other, have read each other's publications, do research on the same topics, speak roughly the same language, have common fields of experience, interests, objectives. Here it seems to be a little different. It is a person who brings us together, so rich in experience and facets of his personality that he virtually succeeds in a kind of coincidentia oppositorum, the bringing together, Mrs. Gronemeyer would say now in verbandeln, of people who at first glance hardly have anything in common. The speakers come from the fields of philosophy, theology, history, and sociology, even physics, economics, political science, architecture, urbanism. The diversity of perspectives becomes transparent from their center, which bears a name, Ivan Illich. During his lifetime, Ivan truly had to endure opposites that are hard to bear even by listening to them. Upper middle class childhood in Vienna and refugee existence because of his Jewish-born mother after the Anschluss of Austria. Heavy Roman, classical, solid Roman theology, and pastoral care among Puerto Ricans in Manhattan, as a Catholic priest, representative of the Church and full of love for her as a mother, but sharp critic of her institutional stagnation. Academic career and cordially simple communication with people of all origins in different languages, a brilliant speaker and preacher, and condemned to silence by the Vatican, loved and harshly attacked, enthusiastically received and hushed up. These words are just meant to make you curious to discover his biography, for example, by the recently published book by David Cayley. I have to admit that I am not really yet an expert on Ivan Illich. Actually, I could have met him during his lifetime, but it was not granted to me. Perhaps I was simply not attentive enough, not prepared for this encounter. In the meantime, however, I have been captured by the phenomenon of Ivan Illich and his astonishing re-reception that we observe. Mainly, I have been introduced to Ivan Illich by Giorgio Agamben and Wolfgang Palava. Thank you so much. Now through the precious and generous help of Fabio Milana. With students, I tried to discover Illich in a seminar, and it was one of the most creative moments I have ever held as a seminar, with very personal statements by the participants. I hope that this personal openness will also become possible here during our conference, and I'm sure Ivan would be glad about it. Something of the Ivan Illich phenomenon has already shaped the preparations of our conference. Although I did not know many of you, the exchange was always easy and cordial. What Thierry Pacaud, who accepted within 2 weeks before the event to be present, what he will tell us in his paper is probably true. Friends of Ivan Illich easily become friends among one another. And I would like to welcome you here warmly as friends. On behalf of the preparation team and on behalf of the University of Fribourg. That is why you will find on the live stream only your names on the name tags at your seats, and I realized, and I heard by Dario, that you even refused to take your name tags because we will know each other soon and communicate on this personal level. I also suggest that the moderators do not introduce the respective speakers in detail, but that you, when speaking, use the time we will gain to say at the beginning of your presentation, first of all, what the others should absolutely know about you. And secondly, what your relationship is or is going to become to Ivan Illich. This also gives me the opportunity to remind you that you should not exceed the speaking time of 30 minutes for the publication of the contributions. There are then no limits of your creativity in the number of pages. The conference takes place in the context of the Faculty of Theology of the University of Fribourg. It is a state faculty founded in 1889 in the climate of the Kulturkampf by and for Swiss Catholics who wanted to feel at home at least at one Swiss university. The main aim was to educate an intellectual Catholic elite in the field of political and social sciences who would assume a responsible role within state and society. The Faculty of Theology was established a little later. Today, this faculty is characterized by its ecumenical openness, receiving Orthodox, Reformed, Evangelical, Free Church students while retaining its Catholic character and ecclesiastical recognition, and it benefits from this plural discourse. The preparatory team that I would like to introduce to you here is correspondingly plural. Privatdozent Dr. Luca Baschera from the Reformed Faculty of Zurich, Dr. Oliver Dürr, expert on transhumanism, who did his doctorate in Fribourg and is now preparing a habilitation in Zurich, and Dr. Frank Mathwig, Reformed theologian with a focus on ethics, working at the Reformed Faculty in Bern and at the Evangelical Reformed Church of Switzerland. Sincere thanks also to my assistants Dario Colombo and Desiree Ngwene, who prepared the practical elements with me and who are willing to assist you in any questions you have. Last but not least, I would like to thank Mr. Alain Hornung's film team for making the live stream possible, as well as the permanent documentation of our conference on YouTube. For this practical, technical reasons, I simply ask that all those who want to ask a question, tell us something during the discussion, step forward to the microphone so that everybody can well hear and see them in the room and beyond. This will delay communication a little bit, but perhaps makes it easier to think carefully, not least because of our linguistic diversity. For our orientation during this conference, a few practical remarks. Maybe you already realized what is possible in this room. We would like you to ask you to normally enter this room through the upper door, as it were from the first floor. There we are greeted, as you have seen, by a portrait of Ivan Illich, a copy of which Fabio Milana has made available to us. Thank you very much, Fabio. We have linked it to the modern painting by Robert Delaunay, La joie de vivre, the joy of being alive. You have also found a kind of cafeteria on this floor with seating areas. You can always find a little refreshment. You have also seen, or maybe not yet discovered, an exposition on this floor that Grégoire Farquet installed yesterday, resulting from his collaboration with Momoyo Kaima. As discreet as the drawings look, they are nevertheless quite meaningful, and in the afternoon we will listen to the necessary explanations. In your folder, you will also find a small red ribbon. It is a 30 francs day ticket for Saturday for the Schubertiade Music Festival. It starts tomorrow in Fribourg. It will probably bring a lot of art and cultural life to the whole city until Sunday. But just because of my own experience, be careful. As soon as you have fixed it, you will not be able to take it away again, so we have to carry it as a kind of sign of friendship or something. But do not lose it. If you do not want to use it, please give it to somebody else. The idea is that we take advantage of this cultural event and attend a concert in the Aula Magna of the university tomorrow from 1930 to 2050 after the end of our meeting. So, but don't worry, there will be a dinner together afterwards. Giorgio Agamben has relieved me of the task of introducing the content of this conference, even though his forces did not allow him to make the journey to Fribourg. He sent us a precious contribution. With its title, Voisinage, Neighborhood, Nähe, it could hardly be better chosen to reveal Ivan Illich's concern. Giorgio Agamben has asked me to read his text to you and to do it in French. I have prepared a German and an English translation of the text. You have maybe already got the copy. If not, you can climb up and find it at the entrance desk. Unfortunately, it's only, yes, Dario is bringing some more copies. Unfortunately, it's only for those who are present here in the room. Maybe we will add translations later to the YouTube documentation. So, let us give the floor to Giorgio Agamben, who translated himself his text into French. You have the Italian original text at the left side, so those who want to control my translation can read the Italian text. Oh, we should find one more English copy, please, for Thierry. Okay, thank you. Herr Queller. Qu'est-ce qu'un voisinage? Dans les conversations avec David Cayley, publiées sous le titre The Corruption of Christianity, Illich dit que notre époque est l'époque plus explicitement chrétienne, car, je cite, elle pourrait être très proche de la fin du monde, quite close to the end of the world. Comment devons-nous entendre cette proximité avec la fin? Je tâcherai d'interroger le sens de ce voisinage. Mon hypothèse est que le concept de voisinage ou de proximité soit un terme technique essentiel de la pensée de Illich qu'il faut donc essayer de définir dans la mesure du possible. Ce terme ne concerne pas seulement l'eschatologie, le voisinage avec la fin, mais aussi la proximité qui est en question dans l'interprétation illichienne de la parabole du Samaritain dans l'évangile de Luc, chapitre 10. Il n'est pas nécessaire de vous rappeler qu'il s'agit ici justement de répondre à la question « Quis est proximus meus » Who is my neighbor, mon plésion, mon voisin? C'est bien donc une question de voisinage. Quant au premier volet de notre problème, l'eschatologie, je crois qu'il faut avant tout le mettre en relation avec les passages des évangiles. Matthieu, chapitre 3 et 10, Marc, premier chapitre, Luc 10. Où on peut lire que le règne s'est approché, engiken. La signification du verbe engizo n'est pas strictement temporelle, mais plutôt pragmatique et spatiale. Selon les philologues, dans engus, proche, d'où le verbe dérive, il faut lire l'ancien nom de la main en grec, enguie. Et le terme voudrait donc dire « sous la main, à portée de la main ». Il me semblait important que la présence du règne ait la forme d'une proximité, qu'un voisinage indéterminé et pragmatique soit la forme même sous laquelle le règne existe. Le voisinage est un concept eschatologique et non seulement temporel. Être proche appartient à l'essence même du règne et de cette fin qui coïncide avec son achèvement. L'eschatologie glisse ici dans l'ontologie et cela implique, il me semble, un changement radical dans notre façon de nous représenter l'eschaton. La fin n'est pas un événement ponctuel, l'instant dernier dans une chronologie, mais plutôt quelque chose qui, dans son essence même, est toujours déjà proche. Il consiste et existe dans un voisinage. Il serait peut-être utile d'évoquer ici la notion mathématique de voisinage en topologie. Cette notion ne se réfère pas à une distance mesurable, mais à une situation, pour ainsi dire, incommensurable. Deux points se disent voisins s'ils se trouvent dans le même entourage que nous pouvons nous représenter comme une sphère de rayon X. Il ne s'agit pas de mesurer la distance entre ces points ou entre les points et la limite de la sphère. Essentiel est que les points soient internes à l'entourage. Un tel ensemble, dont tous les points sont internes, se dit ouvert. Je vais revenir sur cette ouverture. Comment penser dans cette perspective, qui n'est pas simplement temporelle, le voisinage avec la fin dont Illich nous parle? Il faut ici rappeler la définition spinozienne selon laquelle la détermination d'une chose n'appartient pas à la chose, mais à son non-être. Omnis determinatio negatio est. Le voisinage, à la fin, met toute chose en relation avec son non-être, lui ajoute, comme le dira Kant, une extension négative. Faire l'expérience de la fin signifie donc se tenir en relation avec un temps ou avec un espace-temps où l'on n'est pas. Voilà une bonne définition, quoique provisoire, du voisinage avec la fin. C'est sans doute quelque chose de ce genre que Kant pense par sa notion de concept limite du Numen en tant que Grenzbegriff. La limite, selon Kant, n'ajoute rien de positif à l'intellect qu'elle limite. Elle ne lui ajoute qu'un espace vide, un pur dehors, où nous ne pouvons rien situer. Mais d'être en relation avec ce dehors, avec cet espace dans lequel elles ne peuvent pas pénétrer, cela transforme, en les ouvrant et les clôturant au même temps, aussi bien l'intellect que la connaissance sensible. Si nous faisions retour à présent à notre idée d'un voisinage avec la fin, cela signifie que ceux qui en font l'expérience sont en relation avec un dehors, sont en ce sens ouverts. Encore une fois, il ne s'agit pas d'un point terminal, mais d'un voisinage éprouvé ici et maintenant, et qui est en soi incommensurable. D'où, dans le Talmud, aussi bien que dans les évangiles, la mise en garde contre toute tentative de calculer le jour du Messie. Et ce voisinage avec la fin unit ceux qui en font l'expérience et appartiennent au même entourage qu'on peut, avec raison, définir ouvert. Quelque chose de semblable vaut sans doute aussi pour la proximité entre le juif et le samaritain dans la parabole commentée par Illich. Décisive ici, ce n'est pas l'appartenance à la même cité ou au même groupe politique ou religieux, qui sont par excellence définissables. Illich insiste sur le principe qu'il n'est pas possible de catégoriser qui doit être mon prochain. Tout comme la proximité avec le règne n'est pas mesurable, de même, le voisinage avec le prochain ne peut pas être prédéterminé. Et cependant, ce qui se passe dans la rencontre entre le juif et le samaritain est justement un voisinage d'ordre pratique plutôt que géométrique. Une Agada du Talmud peut nous aider à comprendre la structure tout à fait particulière de ce voisinage incommensurable. Selon cette Agada, chaque homme a deux places qui l'attendent, l'un dans le paradis et l'autre dans la Géhenne. Le juste qui a été jugé innocent reçoit au paradis aussi bien la place qui lui était réservée que celle de son voisin qui a été damné. Le méchant reçoit à l'enfer sa place plus celle de son voisin qui a été sauvé. Chaque homme reçoit ainsi, sans faute, une place à côté. Tout homme occupe aussi la place du voisin. Si nous faisons abstraction de la récompense et de la punition, si nous ignorons la localisation de la place à côté dans le paradis ou dans la Géhenne, ce que l'Agada nous suggère est que l'homme n'occupe pas uniquement sa place, mais aussi celle de son voisin. Chaque homme est à la place de l'autre, et cette incontournable proximité, cette demeure inassignable au lieu et dans le lieu du voisin définit la condition humaine. L'homme est un être d'une incommensurable proximité. Celui qui a quelque familiarité avec la pensée de Heidegger aura perçu ici un écho du paragraphe 22 de L'être et le temps, où l'on peut lire que le Dasein, l'être là, est essentiellement entfernend, d'éloignant, et qu'une tendance essentielle à la proximité, à la Nähe, fait partie de son être. L'orientation exclusive sur le problème du temps dans la suite du livre a laissé dans l'ombre cette spatialité originaire du Dasein, et il n'est certes pas surprenant que Heidegger, dans ces dernières années, ait avoué que leur tentative dans L'être et le temps de ramener l'espace au temps ne pouvait que échouer. Ce vers quoi je cherche ici de faire signe sur les traces de Illich est justement une tentative de repenser à nouveau frais le problème de l'espace. Une tentative qui, à partir de la notion de voisinage, laisse tomber la conception de l'espace qui domine la science moderne depuis Descartes. L'espace et le temps mesurables n'existent pas. Seul existe le voisinage et le d'éloignement. Seul existe la place à côté, que chacun reçoit de l'autre. Seul existe le temps où nous ne sommes pas. Je crois que les considérations critiques de Illich sur la pseudo-vélocité des transports est ici leur fondement. Il existe dans notre langue un terme qui se réfère à cette demeure dans un espace à côté, dans un lieu et un temps supplémentaire. C'est le terme « aise ». Ce vocable dérive étymologiquement du latin « adiacens »,« adiacentia », et désigne l'espace où il est loisible de bouger librement, à son aise, comme on dit, dans une proximité qui est aussi une liberté. Être à son aise signifie avoir un espace libre à portée de main, jouir d'un voisinage. C'est bien de cette aise que la proximité nous fait cadeau. Et il m'a toujours donné à penser le fait que les troubadours aient fait de ce terme, aisi ou aisimen en provençal, un terme technique de leur langage poétique qui désigne le lieu même de l'amour. Vivre dans un voisinage, que ce soit avec le règne ou les autres, cela ne va pas de soi. Nous devons nous tenir en relation aussi bien avec notre faim et le règne qu'avec ce qui nous fait face tout à coup. Dans les deux cas, cela signifie demeurer en rapport avec ce que nous ne sommes pas, avec un temps et un lieu où nous ne sommes pas, et avec l'inconnu à moitié mort, emitane, non pas semi-vivo, à moitié vivant, comme le traduit la Vulgate, abandonné au sol. Et ce voisinage, sans une connaissance prédéfinie, doit nous émouvoir dans nos entrailles. Telle est la signification propre du mot « esplangniste » que la Vulgate affaiblit en le traduisant par « misericordia motus ». Et c'est en ce sens que je crois que Illich nous soit aujourd'hui proche, même si aucun de nous qui faisons partie de cet étrange entourage de voisins ici à Fribourg, ne puisse prétendre de mesurer et définir la proximité dont Illich lui fait cadeau, nous fait cadeau. Je pense aussi que ce n'est pas par hasard que les puissances démoniaques qui gouvernent ce monde-ci aient choisi comme mot d'ordre une formule qui exprime exactement le contraire de ce que j'ai essayé de définir, la distanciation sociale. Et il ne faut pas s'étonner que ce soit pour elle essentiel de mesurer et de garder à tous les niveaux les distances pour que les hommes perdent toute mémoire du voisinage incommensurable et de l'aise dont nous sommes les témoins et dont Illich nous fait cadeau. Merci à Giorgio. Heureusement, j'étais un bon modèle pour la conférence, c'est-à-dire, I will switch to English again, so we can immediately continue. And I immediately make an exception of the rule I established that the moderators will not present the speakers, because a warm welcome we have to say all to Barbara Duden. She constitutes for us a bridge to Ivan Illich by her close friendship and collaboration with him, and something, it's not a secret, you can find it even in Wikipedia, some days ago she celebrated an important birthday. So I think it is a good moment to welcome her with our warm congratulations. Please tell us some more words about you personally, about your friendship with Ivan. So, and then the floor is yours for your presentation, Barbara.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind words. Certainly, I will not do what you asked me. I will not start talking about or disclosing, how do you call that? Private moments or something about Ivan. You, all of you, have your own private moments, I guess. And even so, I knew Ivan for almost 25 years. But I must say in the beginning that I never felt I would approach Ivan as the object of my scholarly curiosity or desires. That was most uninteresting for me. And when I met Ivan, I found first time somewhere in Asia, I thought, this is indeed a very strange bird, very strange bird. Is he? And especially, he's totally ununderstandable. I didn't have a clue of what he was saying. Of course, I knew that he was a famous person, and I could take it from being invited to a dinner at a Balinesian prince who treated Ivan with great deference, and because there were not only 6 pots, dishes, but something 50. So I counted and said, this really must be a very important person, Ivan Illich. And yeah, but he, I never felt I want to study him. And especially the velocity in which Ivan moved between readings, always very intense with his readings. Felt for someone who also knows reading. I was reading all my life, maybe too little, but that with this velocity and especially how do you call that in English? This lust to throw yourself in reading. Yeah. Okay. Now, I was asked to speak about Frau Hallensleben presented Giorgio Agamben's thesis, but also I'm unable to say, or we will have a discussion later to come back to that. And thirdly, for a caveat is a good thing that one first says, I have to say nothing, and so on. So a caveat is that I found it very difficult to prepare because in my studies, I say when I used to give lectures, and when I had to prepare myself, so I would say, I'm the historian of the lived flesh or of the body. So I'm a body historian, which immediately there's a friction in the sense, because the body, when I started being interested in body history, never had a history, but only maybe the history of ideas, theories, sciences about body. But so what medicine or philosophy, what you can find in dictionaries about the body, was not something that I felt moved, drawn to, but what is it that I, in growing up in the 1950s and late 1940s, 1950s, discovered myself in, as a girl in the 50s in Bavaria, and later as a student, when you start investigating into the body, say, where do you land in the dictionaries? And it was the case that it was biology or biomedicine later that had the defining position when anyone wanted to know something about who is this Barbara, female, 12-year-old or something, that I want to find out something about. And then you go into biomedical or medical texts. And this experience ultimately led me to find the necessity to distance myself from biology, which at the same time is the very stuff out of which you are made, especially as a girl, so a female, then comes sex, female sex, and so on, from which you are made. And what ultimately moved me to my inquiries about the history of the experience flesh, the history of the experience flesh, the history, that is something that was uttered, felt, sensed in the past, was that sorry for repeating, maybe you might have know from my bibliography, was my encounter with a strange Protestant guy who in the early 18th century, so 1720 or something, recorded what his female patient told him. And I went through something like 150, a huge source in several volumes, reports what had come to the physician's ears, because his ears was the means in which he practiced. He rarely touched, but he listened what they would say. Now, unfortunately, I have my manuscript outside. I left it in my bag. It doesn't matter. I know it by heart. Pure meno. Is when I was working on this source, and what I found was utterly alien to me. Utterly alien. I didn't understand what they were talking about, because the flesh that they experienced, especially inner movement, the sense of darkness or light, the velocity or vivacity or slackness or slowness or hardening, inner hardening and so on. What are they talking about? And so it was very clear from the beginning I could translate these sources into something that in German we would call uneigentliche Rede. That is, that they would talk about something that they do not sense. But in the history of the vernacular language, we have all these words, and psychology transformed them in the 19th and early 20th century. And so this is the way how we can talk about, I feel, here. When I came here, I felt bedrückt, düstrig, dunkel, or suddenly you get this inner kick that you know, oh no, we are going to do it. It will be fine. Or something. All these words in which we can speak about inner movements that within also the psychological sciences do not really count. Metaphorische Sprache, die etwas Uneigentliches bezeichnet. Metaphorical expressions that bespeak something that is just metaphor. Just metaphor. It doesn't exist because in the history of the biological sciences, it had been surpassed by the concept of a body that in which sweating is not something that is related to the soul, or that when I see Thierry, then I think, how nice that he's invited here. Even so, I don't know him very well. This little light or inkling in which you know, oh, this is really nice. When I was reading these Baroque ladies, I told Ivan about my estrangement, or that I was totally at loss, because in a book I started with a 75-year-old widow who suddenly experienced that she would bleed again monthly, and then her blood stopped, her monthly blood stopped the monthlies. And she went to the physician to say, I do not feel well if I don't bleed. Give me something. And he gave rhubarb and all these Baroque recipes to start to bring her again into her humoral flux. And so I was reading these sources. Sorry, maybe you... Okay, not sorry, Quatsch. I showed Ivan, or recounted to him, these stories, and said, I'm totally at loss. I don't know what to do with this, because from my body, the 12-year-old growing up in a Protestant milieu, northern milieu, no, Bavarian milieu, and the northern milieu, is, for instance, the sentence that you should open your heart. You open your heart. Did you close it? You should open your heart. What shall I do with it? You hear it in the church maybe, but you don't. This is nothing somatic. It's nothing. It doesn't relate to your soma, to your felt, sensed, surmised perception. And it is not a perception that can be related to Wikipedia. Yeah, because it is full of metaphorical relations. The essence is in the metaphorical relations, which relate to certain fluids and so on and so on. And when I started with this, I came with these stories. This widow who wants to bleed again and say, Ivan, what can I do with this? So he said, first you have to really distance yourself from it. You must take distance, because it is all too easy to fall into the trap that you transform this into a definitional illness or sickness or condition of, say, humoral pathology, and then you go on and can lay that out. But you have to get to the experience. And the experience is the felt experience of a flesh that is alien to us, that has passed down the drains of history. This lady, widow, who in 1724 recounts that her blood that she was used to, that it would flow again, suddenly stopped. And she felt she should move herself again. She should move her flesh. And she thought this Hubert and so on, the physician, would help her to get that. And she would then later report she felt better. And others reported they felt miserable. But still they went on living. So I got very, very close to these ladies. And I asked Ivan, you should advise me. What do I do with this? If I interpret it in the shadow of our, say, theories or discourses, then you always have the ring of the uneigentliche Rede, it is, or that what they say about, they just don't know what they really have, and we know what they really have. And this widow with 75 should better go to a physician, because this is a clear sign for cancer. And I realized that the first trap is that what I read is an invitation to frame her within the diagnosis that I'm familiar with, and then say this is cancer terminal, or I don't know what. So he said, you stop that. You have to gain distance. How do you get distance? And the distance was that I read and voiced and read again these ladies' stories. And I got rather familiar with them. Like, oh, number 84, you are still alive. And I found you with this sick, and you still exist. 2 years later, you still come up. And so I cannot go into the details of the arrangement of the source. Yeah. But, so what Ivan said, du musst, also auf Deutsch, we talked German, du musst dich von dem mitlaufenden Wissen, dass du selber bist, distanzieren. sonst kannst du der Quelle nicht zuhören. You have to distance yourself from that you always know already, even you cannot define where you got it from, in order to make yourself open to listen what this lady says. And so I had this, Ivan worked with these 3x5s. So he said, you take these 3x5s. And each instance, you do not write down in a category, but as a sense, a perception, a stuff of experience, an incident, a situation in which it happens. There comes the dog. Whoo! She swoons. They are Baroque ladies, so they swoon. Dog, swoon, interesting. I don't know this. So I started with these 3x5s to make, write down. And in this sense, I tried to study what you call praxisleitende Vorstellungen, PLV, the practice guiding concepts that underlie these Racontare, these Erzählungen, because these ladies, of course, do not experience what the physician knows who moral pathology actually is, the physician from Halle and so on. And especially it's very interesting because we are here in front of a very longue durée. They tell stories that I have already read in the Middle Ages and so on and so on. When you go back, you have trains of a moment of an experience that can be, then you go down. But of course, my widow didn't read Aristotle, or didn't read about the causa finalis of an incident or something. Yeah. And so I started having these praxisleitende Vorstellungen, practice guiding concepts. And concepts mean Bündel. Bündel, sagt Ivan. Bündel. That is nicht Knoten, that's not knots. But somehow, in these 3x5s, something came to the surface that was way beyond definition and way beyond, say, medical doctrine, or way beyond the physician's orthodoxy, but something that was bespoken or reported, or just she felt like it. And say, they are noble girls, power girls, okay. And one, for instance, when she was reminded of a situation where she was frightened, she swooned, and she always did it. Because there was something in the incident that touched something that she knew, but she wouldn't define that in a certain condition, then you get nicht swooning, sondern Ohnmacht, also in the category. So I tried to, I come to the end in a moment, I tried to get to that, what they say, and that was a conversation between the physician and the lady. The sources also. She tells, and then he writes down, and then he says, rhubarb, okay, that will open. She reports back and so on. That what I found was a praxisleitende Vorstellung, a practice guiding not idea, Vorstellung, it's difficult, practice guiding, it's not principles, it's not doctrine, it's not defined fragments of a moral pathology, what the historians of medicine and say we have still humoral pathology, and then you define that lady within the frame of the doctrine that you know already she should experience. But what is it? She didn't read the physician's texts, but they in fact learned from her why the sudden appearance of a dog in a frightening situation with the military or something, she swoons. And I know I would not swoon. Never. And then finally, ultimately, a historian of classics, Ruth Pardell, was very important for me, Ruth Pardell, because she wrote a book, In and Out of the Mind, in the Greek language. And she decided that she would not restrict herself to medical orthodoxy, but she would go into theater, music, and other dimensions in which experience are evoked or can get sense. Yeah, Ruth Pardell. And she has a very interesting chapter on how within the history of scientific definitions, the metaphorical thickness or the thickness of the real and film that is underneath the skin and moves the lady to fall down has a history in itself. And we should not insert people into that which we already know, and that is reading diagnostics, making cases and ascribing the sense of a case then to a friend, how she should feel and so on. That okay, I think I stop here. Yeah. But I think the most important of this was that Ivan, he had already written medical nemesis and so on, but that he abstained from inserting these complaints. These are hundreds and hundreds of complaints of these ladies and also men, other sources. He abstained from inserting them, that they are just voicing what others know, but ultimately the physician would learn from the humoral sense of the patients. And of course, in the 19th century, and Foucault described this, there opens the distance between what people can say and sense in their interior, and the physician inserts it into the anatomy and physiology and so on, begins this Entkörperung des ärztlichen Ohres, begins the disembodiment of the physician's capacity to listen with his ears. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Two Barbaras here. So for sharing this experience with us, and maybe also for transmitting some praxisleitende Vorstellungen for our colloquium. Don't you think so?
Praxisleitende Vorstellungen.
Practice
that it has always these two sides. You know what will be blocking the curiosity, or where you already know, and where you might find out.
So
Okay?
We understand. It doesn't always
Yes.
mean that we realize what we understood. We know this phenomenon, but we will try.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I was very frightened, and I just did it out of the blue because I brought a very different text. Oh,
We will take this text too.
thank you very much. Yeah.
But you brought even more. So Barbara contacted me some days ago asking if she could not invite Frau Dr. Kirsten Vogeler to come with her. So she's here, and she is our expert for physics, even theoretical physics, I think. So, but what is closer to our topic of this colloquium is that she is responsible, co-responsible for the foundation Convivial. And I do not know a lot about it, but it seems to me that this is a kind of dangerous institution caring for the heritage of Ivan Illich. But this is always also precious. So please tell us what you do, how you can help us to enter into the sources of Ivan, how you try to keep alive his inspirations. So welcome, Frau Dr. Vogeler, and please tell us also something about yourself.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this comes quite out of the blue. It was 3 days ago, I think, and I don't feel very prepared, but I beg you, may I deduct what I say to you, because I need someone to talk to, because for me, the situation where we have a YouTube stream is very difficult, because I don't want to make an advertisement, you know, for the Stiftung Convivial. And when there's YouTube, it feels like I'm making a show and do some advertisement, which is, of course, not what I intend. Therefore, I would like just to tell you, and you may.
The others are also here. With
of course.
And hearts.
Yeah, right.
And bodies.
And there's a second caveat. Barbara invented, no, she also used that term. I have to make, because I'm not part of the Stiftung Convivial. I was working for Stiftung Convivial quite some time, did several things to support them, but I can't say anything from within the Stiftung Convivial. I'm friend, but I'm not part of it. So in some sense I can not talk of the Stiftung Convivial, like in German we would say, ich kann nicht von der Stiftung sprechen. I only can talk about the Stiftung Convivial and about my relation and my experience with the Stiftung Convivial. And this also has a long history. Barbara introduced me many years ago to Marianne Gronemeyer. I went there regularly every year since years. I think it's more than 10 years that I go to the summer university. She and friends of hers are preparing. It's a very beautiful gathering of friends in near Wiesbaden. And the Stiftung Convivial for me is all about friendship, and the main question is how to talk together about the present and what we are facing nowadays, what we are concerned with, but very, very much grounded on thinking and reading with and from and of Ivan Illich. So many of the people who now are part of the Stiftung Convivial were friends of Ivan Illich, and they have a long history of thinking together with Ivan Illich, and And the question for us and myself and maybe you also is how can we go on now? I mean, what are our topics and how can we also learn from what Ivan and his friends were thinking in former times, because it's quite actual, it's quite important today. So the Stiftung Convivial consists basically of Marianne Gronemeyer and Charlotte Jurg. Charlotte gave the money to the Stiftung, as far as I know. And then there's Reimer Gronemeyer, of course, Manuel Pensé, and Markus Jurg. And those people are related since many, many years. They actually in the 80s, in 1980s, it was that Marianne Gronemeyer got to know Ivan Illich, and it was also in the 80s that a group of people formed called the Philosophische Fragmente. And this group of people, they came together to read texts by Ivan and also by other authors. They were discussing what they were concerned with, and this group of people, it's a circle of friends which is still very vivid, and therefore the Stiftung Convivial grew out of friendship. It's not like an institution which promotes the idea of Ivan Illich is an important author and we have to have an archive of his pieces, and also to give money to people who want to make research on Ivan Illich or to think with Ivan Illich, which is basically what the Stiftung Convivial is also doing. So it's a place in Wiesbaden. It's not an institution. It's ein Laden, so it's a former, I don't know, grocery store or whatever, I don't know. There's a part where this circle of friends is collecting books by Ivan Illich, but also by friends of Ivan Illich. They are collecting so-called grey literature, which is unpublished texts. Barbara was giving to them a lot of texts from Ivan Illich's computer. And they are also collecting letters and books by friends. So it's not only Ivan Illich, but it's also, but not systematically, but it's also text literature by the circle of friends of Ivan Illich. And the archive that is growing and has been built there, it's also online. You can find it on the website, you can see what they have. But the idea, as far as I understand it, is not like to have a digital platform, full access, where you don't have to go ever to that place. That's not the idea. It's very much based in friendship, and the idea of openness I experience when I'm in Wiesbaden is not an open set, as Giorgio Agamben was taking as a metaphor, but more an openness in the sense of surprise. I think set theory has not so many surprises. And hospitality. So I advise you, if you ever are close to Wiesbaden, drop in, and you will find many literature like the CDOC papers and so on. But what is even more is that you can speak to those people, and they're all thinking about what Ivan was writing, and you can just enter a discussion and share your questions, and it's a really convivial place. It's not a library in this respect, but it's something that is grown out of friendship. I can't call it differently. And you can find the website. It's convivial.de. You can write to them, and I am not in the position to invite you, but I can just say I would go, and this is basically everything I have to say. Otherwise, if you have questions, I can say more. Maybe you can help me out. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe what we learned, or what was confirmed, is that we cannot spread the person, the thinking of Ivan Illich outside circles of friendship. I would say I'm a theologian, you see. This is also the case for Christianity. You cannot just transmit an idea or a manifesto, so read this and sign it and everything is okay. You have to create conviviality, friendship, sharing life. I just learned something. Oh, sorry, you gave us some time. I'm publishing a doctoral thesis of an Albanian theologian coming from the United States. And the simple thesis, what first of all I did not understand, is that Christianity is about local Eucharistic communities, LEC. And I thought, okay, yes, so what? But then he makes a distinction saying, oh, pay attention, it is not local Eucharistic assemblies. It is not coming together with some strangers on Sunday morning and then going home without any relations. It's about communities that have to build up and who do not celebrate just the Eucharist on Sundays, but who live from this body of Christ and in this sense form the church. And the context of Albania is important because there the church was reduced to nothing. So a body had to be built, and not any kind of body, but a Eucharistic body. And it happened. So I think this is close to what the foundation does. It is close to what Barbara does. Sorry, it is my special interest. But I think now we have the possibility, before entering in a kind of official discussion at 11:30, let us take some informal break here. You can take a coffee. You can prepare questions so that we can proceed in a more formal way. So you come, you give us your statement, you ask your questions, and we will have half an hour until about 12 o'clock before we go together for lunch. So you know what this means. It will mean come back to your seat, but until this moment you are free. aware that the discussion and the exchange already started, and maybe it's better upstairs in our cafeteria than here in this more official way with the microphones. But anyway, it can be helpful that we all listen to what is concerning you, what came up in your exchange, in your mind. It could be questions. It can also be just statements, additions, remarks that help us to open our perspective in the beginning of the colloquium. So to whom can I give the floor? Please just come down and open the discussion. It's not dangerous here, so.
Maybe I have some questions.
Please come.
Next year about
Madame Kayima, could you come here and present it to all of us? Then don't worry, don't be afraid. You have to speak here later so you can get used to this place.
should I go?
Yes, please. So Professor Kayima is coming from ETH Zurich and also working in architecture.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much. So very interesting. Barbara, yes, I think also your presentation. So like I would because of I'm architect, so that's why I'm thought like some Illich so talked about the distance. Mm-hmm. So that's why so like what does mean the distance? So I'm wondering. So. And also the Agamben things, also the neighborhood, so that's kind of so meaning of also the space issue. So that's why so like a distance means more like a mental distance or real distance with the conversation or what it is. So that is it comes to my mind. So that is a question.
But please, as you are here and as you are working in architecture, so you might also have a concept of distance and closeness. So what is your concept that you use? So for example, do you think that this space is well used with distance and proximity? What criteria do you use for conceiving a room, for example?
Yes, very. So a bit surprising. So determination of the distance. So I didn't ask myself. So that's why. So distance is distance, but like a kind of. Maybe so we consider more like an in-between space, also the relationship between one and another, so that this comes also distance. For example, pillar, we call distance one pillar to another pillar. This is around 3 meters, something like, or like from here there, so 20 meters, something like, so that is one distance. But of course, like, I don't know, some mental distance is also create some other. I'm not this kind of psychologist, so that's why so I don't know. So, but in architecture, so we call distance, and then also like it's now interesting. We also study about how to teach or how to make a discussion. So, for example, like each, for example, space has a very different. Distance from, for example, N and me. So, for example, now I see you, it's almost same height of the site, no? Then it's very comfortable. But if we see also up and down, so it creates a lot of bit hierarchical so positioning. So, and also like sometimes we discuss. Recently, so we discussed also in how to teach informal way. In this case, also we take out the old furniture and to sit on the ground together. So in this case, we can share more floor without hierarchy. So sometimes the table or chair brings to the more independency of the people to stand. So that's why, so like, I don't know, what is the meaning this distance? How create a distance and what it's a practical way. So that is my question. So.
Yes.
Maybe Barbara, could you come here to answer? But maybe I have to be more precise. I think, but she will explain us. Momoyo is professor for architecture, but with a special reference to spaces used for teaching. Am I right?
Yes.
This is, I think, a very important new field of research. And maybe the students and doctoral students present here, who will be the next generation of those who teach, should be very attentive to see what kind of proximity do we need, but also what kind of distance, because the distance opens the in-between. But Barbara will say it much better than I do.
No. I would then, if I would be Ivan, which I definitely am not, I would immediately sit here with my legs crossed and look at you and so on. I can answer. Where's she? There, here you are. Maybe you could look into papers that Ivan did with Joseph Reichert, Joseph Rückwärts, a Jewish colleague, or Jewish speaker, but Rückwärts, Reichert, and he was teaching the history of architecture in Philadelphia, and Ivan went down to graduate students and went down in the fall weekly once, and they were talking about the historicity of space, or spaces, and how this would enrich, or to be more precise, would be a precondition for architects today, that they gain knowledgeable distance to Cartesian spaces, or space. And Ivan, who was once in Japan, and was always talking about how when you, Ivan didn't speak a word Japanese, but somehow he knew how to shake your head while you listen to someone. And so he, so this, so this. And in this sense, you would suddenly understand that the quarter in Tokyo, in which he was housed, changed his orientation. And anyway, Ivan didn't have a very, say, German orientation of architectural space and so on and so on. So he was very aware of this, and that would mean that the word estrangement or the distance or position also, that all these nouns in which we orderly speak would have to be reinserted in Tätigkeitswörter, in words that refer, that in Verben sagt man im Lateinischen, in Latin, that is Tätigkeitswort, is a beautiful German grammatical term that is always referring to doing, so that the directionality to explain the space where you go has to do that you imagine your feet. So this car. Tired, and so on. So, less stupid that I put it, but in a very beautiful way to listen what you say and know without saying it in the definable way, but still was there and so on. And that was beautiful, even very confusing. Extremely confusing. Yeah. And yeah. And when I started, or we started, and then I ran into these Baroque ladies, which was a gift of the angels, that I ran into these sources that no one before had looked at them. So then when I started working on that and all these questions that came up, one issue was that the immediate central understanding, no, the central resonance, no, what is it about? Obviously, the issue is a different one. Say, when you say position, you cannot as a trained academic to resonate your position and how you say, and we would have to discuss how then the topology of geometrics would really be definable clear, or also their position has to do with humus. Humus, that is the soil that your feet touch. And I think what for Ivan was very important, that what rings with these nouns, by reflecting on them as in the relation of a practice, also practice-related doing, was that in this sense you can subdue under a normative ring, which was probably very important for him, that in teaching students that we hardly ever can get out of this prison of a normative definition that we didn't define, but it comes to us, it is a factual, then science comes in and so on. It's a huge problem, as you know. And so the question that you raise is a question about what means estrangement or distancing as a historical practice. As a historical practice, a practice that somehow resonates in the senses, and the senses resonate with the movements that you did. If you have knelt often, you know what I kneel down symbolically and carnally says. Maybe you know. So all these doings. And what Ivan was in this body history, or history of the flesh, was that the doing refers to a practice, but the practice is not normative, but is a doing in the certain way in which it had been done, and so on and so on. Yeah. And I was struck, may I come to another? I was struck, I didn't understand Giorgio Agamben's, or I read it in Italian, and Kirsten and I translated it because she's a mathematician, and so on and so on. But in the text of in the argument of Giorgio Agamben, there is he claims that this inner movement, when the Samaritan and the beaten is down on the ground, when this what Georgia Agamben explains, and I understood a bit about it, yes, what is possible there with being who you are, but also at the same time being with the other and you. And that what rings here is the motus, he uses the Latin term motus misericordia, that is the movement of mitleid, the movement of misericordia. And then misericordium, motus misericordia, has to do with an experience, because the motus misericordia is an answer that doesn't come through normative, what the 19th century did with the Samaritan parable. You do this and so on and so on, whatever. But, and Georgia Agamben was saying, motus, he found the Latin translation motus misericordia, that is the movement of turning to the other, misericordia, okay. And that here we would have to talk longer. What means motus? That he is touched. And he is touched by his splanchna, is Greek. And the splanchna were the interior wet organs or space in which you know something, because the splanchna move and tell you something. But it is not taught, but you know through the situational encounter and so on. And how Ivan had very good friends in the first year he taught in Göttingen, and with Protestant theologians, and there the echo, the somatic echo, what is being meant with, or said or voiced in misericordia, is not very humid or saftig, as one says in German, or juicy misericordia, or somehow vivid. Yeah. And so, and motus, of course, has to do a movement in the splanchna. So in this area, in this not visceral, and the 19th century, or second half of 19th century, turned everything into neurological and then later systemic movements that is just metaphor. But here, this motus. So I find that in the analysis itself, then it would be very interesting to reinsert it into a lived flesh that the two that were passing by could not know. They just passed by because their cosmos orientation is that they could not hear him, because in the cosmos of their orientation it has no voice. But how does it come that for the Samaritan he felt this motus misericordia? Yeah. And that is in the splanchna. It's not cerebral. It's not in here in the brain, but it is motus. And of course, maybe young boys feel the motus, not misericordia, but when they grow up, the involuntary motus of their flesh. Male kids would know something about that, in the age at least of my brothers, that they have an involuntary motus, and so on and so on. Huge literature, huge. So this story, in this story, there is a like that Giorgio Agamben was making so, and very much in the direction I think that Ivan meant it, and why it was so center for him. There is something underneath, in which there is flesh underneath. And Ivan in his lectures was then saying those that belong to a city or to the civil order, they cannot hear, because this person is like they cannot hear him. It's impossible, because their innards are not touched, even though he's crying, yeah, or he's wounded. So these inner movements that are in this Latin modus misericordia, of course, in the history of the dictionary, then you can find a long experiential history of modus misericordia. But what is modus? And where or when does it disappear from, and so on, and of course, and the Latin and the Greek and the difference, and so on. Yeah. So this is a field that Ivan was extremely interested in, and at the same time, he could not convince. He gave a talk on something similar to that, in which he was trying to gain or to evoke the necessity for reflection, self-reflection of that you are under your skin. And theology, the theologians, I don't want to say anything against it, but it was just like a blind, or two differently blind people were talking to each other. No, they modus. Why? So how you insert a term, and where do you find the knowledge about the term, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you to Momoyo for having asked this question, and for the answer of Barbara. In fact, maybe you see how the topics of this morning get combined. So Agamben introduced us to voisinage, neighborhood, Nähe. The question was distance. And I think here we can feel that distance might mean estrangement. So if we say, I feel a certain distance to you, it's a negative word. But if I say, there is a distance from me to Barbara, from me to Momoyo, it's an in-between that is creative. So, and I think this was probably the point of Agamben, of Ivan, to show us that we should change our perspective. Distance is not what modernity did, so the space that we can conquer. Distance is the space where on peut être à l'aise, where freedom happens, where relations start. So, and in this sense, distance means also this important concept of self-limitation, so that the distance can become fruitful. And I think in this dialectics we should deal with the central parable. I'm very glad that we arrived at referring to this biblical parable of the Samaritan. So if you want to add something to this field, many elements. Yes, Mr. Palare. Yeah, well, 2 minutes.
Just one remark or a question. it struck me today, listening to Agamben and now to your remarks, that Misericordia talks about the movement of the heart, but the story of the Samaritan is even more bodily because it talks about the bowels movement. So it's deeper than the heart. And I think Agamben, bowel, yeah, the whole, the belly, yeah. So in that sense, I think Agamben even criticized a little bit the Latin term because it goes not deep enough, right?
Yeah. Well, the Latin term refers to something that in its somatic sense has been washed out, and in the 19th century, or especially, we got a heart that refers to something very different than.
But the Greek term is even more bodily, right? Because the heart is already some. Okay.
So, Thierry, just come. We start to break our rules a little bit. This is also a sign of freedom.
Bon, pour vous dépayser un peu, je vais parler français. Lentement. Donc, je pense avoir à peu près compris tout ce qui a été dit. Je voulais faire quelques remarques sur le texte, sur le propos de Agamben. C'est la question du vocabulaire. Parce que à plusieurs reprises, proximité, prochain, etc., et voisinage étaient plus ou moins synonymes. Or, j'étais étonné qu'il ne mentionne pas le terme de familiarité ou de familier, qui est un terme qui exprime mieux l'idée de voisinage et d'être proche. Alors, je pense que c'est une question évidemment de langue, parce qu'il parle aussi de la notion d'espace et de temps, mais en français, on n'aurait pas dit espace et temps, on aurait plutôt dit territorialité et temporalité, parce que le mot espace, chora en grec ou spatium en latin, c'est un intervalle. Ce n'est pas une distance ni un éloignement, c'est un autre sens. Et donc, là, je n'ai pas le temps de rentrer dans ce détail-là. Alors, cette remarque me permet de réagir aux propos de Barbara et de donner une anecdote concernant Yvan sur l'idée, quand tu lui montrais ces récits de femmes du XVIIIe siècle sur ce qu'elles ressentaient, et que Yvan te disait il ne faut pas les analyser avec un modèle actuel. Un jour, comme ça, on dînait ensemble et il me dit qu'est-ce que j'enseignais à ce moment-là. Et j'avais un cours de philosophie de la nature. Et il me dit, j'avais jamais pensé à ça, il me dit si tu parles de Buffon, le grand naturaliste français, il faut parler de Buffon avec les mots de Buffon. Ça m'a tué. J'ai pas pu faire court parce que je parlais de Buffon à mes étudiants avec biotope, écosystème, pollution, environnement, etc., spécisme, tous des mots que Buffon ne connaissait pas. Et c'est là où j'ai compris l'importance de devenir étranger à soi-même, c'est-à-dire d'être capable de prendre cette distance indispensable, d'être dépaysé, si vous voulez, et donc pour nous, de désoccidentaliser notre esprit, par exemple. Ça, c'est une chose qui est très, très importante. Enfin voilà, je voulais dire 2-3 remarques comme ça. Je peux continuer, si vous voulez.
Fortunately, the break we have to do now to respect our program is very artificial, because you are in the same place as 1 minute before. You can talk as before. We are not so many persons here, so you can continue the exchange. I just announced that now we will have lunch together. We found a restaurant close to the station, so let's go together there. It's called Alcon Restaurant. if you get lost and you have to ask somebody, ask for the station and for Alcon restaurant. You are invited, of course. Everybody who is here is invited. I think we are generous and do not want to break conviviality. Maybe we will meet in 5 minutes upstairs to really include everybody. And then let's have a short walk across the university for those who are here for the first time. We have the former rector, Father Guido Vergouwen, with us, so he can tell us some words. And we are announced at 12:30 at the restaurant, so no problem. We will start again here at 2 o'clock. So there is a room in the restaurant, a little bit upstairs, where we have a similar cafeteria. So after meal you can walk around in the city, but you can also go upstairs there, take a coffee, and continue your exchange in smaller groups there. So in 5 minutes upstairs, and thank you so much for the morning. Sylvain, je crois qu'en principe, on va continuer. Merci beaucoup. I strongly hope that you had a good and quiet time, and with new forces we start our work again. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce the next speaker. It is Fabio Milana. Not only because this became our principal word, I can say that he has become a friend to me. And by him, I know now what it means to do research on Ivan Illich. So he is the principal editor and researcher for the Italian edition of the works of Ivan Illich. But we follow the rule. You say what you think is important that the others should know about you, and you tell us something about your relation to Ivan. Fabio, you are welcome.
Thank you for the invitation, and thanks in advance for your attention. I have a long list of excusationes benevolentiae, you know, the apologies for get an audience's benevolence to fulfill. First of all, for sure I can't satisfy such a large subject as the one I was assigned. I discovered that the introductory text by Leon Oinecki to the challenges of Ivan Illich has the same headline than mine, so I would prefer to address you to that text, really worthy to be reread. Further, I am afraid I'm going to say some trivialities, but I hope I'll be able to question at least some of these trivialities. Finally, and what is the worst thing, I will speak from a very distanced standpoint, so I never met Ivan Illich. I am a second-generation reader, and I have just an abstract intellectual relation with him as a historian. And I also fear, is it possible, that I happen to say even things that may hurt a little you. What I would like to focus on is something quite restricted. It is the way we approach Illich's figure when we try to consider it as a whole and to provide a credible account of it. I mean, the author Ivan Illich as perceived, or at least presupposed, in representations we find in the relative body of literature. The starting point is the observation that, apparently, we have not accounts of Illich's thought of a systematic kind. I mean, presentations which are compact, synchronic of his thoughts in its fundamental and persistent consistencies. We have rather, and we preferably practice, so it seems to me, a moving picture of it, one distributed over time. It is diachronically outlined and consequently always intertwined with this author's biography. That a generic observation, of course, I can't check all that literature. I'm most interested in historical studies, so I may be wrong. This is the observation I propose to you as a starting point. I became aware of that quite suddenly a few months ago when a little volume dedicated to Illich appeared in Italy in a book series called Essentials. The author, a scholar named Vincenzo Rosito, maybe not by chance a newcomer in the literature on the topic, builds a profile of Illich, essential indeed, on the basis of 5 key concepts, which are not chronologically, but just logically arranged and connected, in order to provide the basic plant of a thought system. The result is questionable, of course, I can't get into it. But the attempt is noteworthy, exactly for its singularity, so it appeared to me. To say it in a formula, it seems that Illich's thought as a whole, intended as a whole, cannot be exposed, but just narrated, or else that a portrait of his, let's say a photographic shot in its exemplarity, seems today less efficient or desirable than a whole biopic. Perplexities and objections to this observation of mine may arise, of course. Above all, do we really need an Illich's system, even letting aside, of course, that such a word is worth an exorcism in this context? Or isn't his thought really in motion, not reducible to an abstract form, a steady form? You see, overthinkers had major shifts in their research. Freud, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and so on. But this doesn't imply that discontinuity itself becomes the fundamental key in illustrating their theoretical itineraries, or that these latter need to be framed within a biographical framework in order to be understood. In our case, the birth in Vienna, the family in Dalmatia, the flight to Italy, and right down to the closing of SIDOC in 1976. You see, when the institutional boundaries within which Illich's life had unfolded until that moment start lacking or fading, and we almost lose track of him. More in general, I'm saying trivialities, you know. It usually happens that increasing knowledge and understanding of an author comes to distill a core, a sort of unmoved mover of his research, and to reconstruct on this basis the architecture or the meaning or even just the style of his thinking, as for what in it is permanent. Are we far from this stage of our knowledge? It seems to me that we don't feel the need of it. Maybe we still are in an apostolic age. We rather need memories and testimonies. We need a narrative. While for the doctrine there is time. But such an age is bound to end. And the process of cognitive institutionalization, I apologize, is unavoidable, so that this letter may be even violated through a periodical ressourcement. Even shorter accounts of an essayistic character, or even monographies on more restricted issues, tend to repeat the same pattern. I'm thinking, for instance, of the beautiful volume Jean-Robert Bequit does, which is currently available only in Italian, L'età dei sistemi nel pensiero dell'ultimo Illich, but I think soon to be published soon, coming soon in German and also in English, I think. Not only does this book recursively insist on its topic, the passage from tools or instrument to systems in Illich's historiosophy, how to name it, historiosophy of technology, and a passage perceived of in the format traumatic discontinuity. But it doesn't fail to frame that trauma within a larger biographical setting. This is quite ironical if we think that it is the introduction to the first volume of the Œuvre complète, which Jean-Robert signed together with Valentina Borrement as early as 2003, is the first and maybe the only systematic, I would say, architectural presentation we have of Illich's thought. Why did this latter fail to become a model for subsequent endeavors? The answer would be complex, and actually I'm trying to give a general answer. I also suspect that the language of the text, French, contributed to its relative eclipse. So why do we tend to read, meaning why do we preferably understand Illich in this diachronical way, putting the emphasis on the discrete rather than on the continuous, and regularly resorting to his whole biographical itinerary? Apart from what I hinted to earlier, I think we can highlight three main reasons. The first of these consists in the weight and prestige of a tradition. This tradition has a specific reference. We are totally indebted with David Cayley to almost everything Illich publicly said of himself, not only as far as his life and research are concerned, but the reflection also on them, the putting them into perspective, in a word, Illich's self-consciousness. This is renowned, widening, but I'm glad, I'm so glad to repeat it publicly. There is no need to mention that the conversation, the last conversation, the Testament, are the only witness we have about Illich's hypothesis on the ultimate motive of his research. Whoever approaches Illich's figure can and must go through this inescapable, irreplaceable doorway. But I'm not referring only to the conversation as such, to the content of conversation, or to the midwifery Cayley exercised the maieutics, this is the original meaning of the word, exercised in the last of them, evidently. I'm mainly thinking of the introductions Cayley premised to both these books, which gather and reorganize the contents of both these series, providing the first complete profile of the man and author Illich, and the obliged model for any subsequent full-length account on it. Later, that text exploded in terms of enlargements and deepening in the recent intellectual journey by Cayley himself, which is an extraordinary work, a transparent introduction to Illich for the beginner, and at the same time, an invaluable assistance for the expert reader in both historical and cultural context, which Illich's research unfolded in. What makes exemplary this last text is not only the amount of information it contains, nor the relevance and insight the author shows in outlining this journey. I believe that a special importance has to be recognized to the standpoint of the portraying itself. It is the standpoint in motion of the generation immediately following Illich, the generation of those born after World War II, the generation forever qualified by its 68, and the one who constituted the historical recipient of Illich's magisterium. It is the privileged perspective of someone who experienced his time, its opening horizons, as well as the closing of them, according to what the master shared and criticized of those time, tried to orient, and eventually denounced. There is a basic solidarity between the writer and the subject, which allows the former an internal vision of the latter, actually an intimate resonance, and brings into play the author's personal and historical existence itself. Such a character may be found in almost all the direct witnesses of Illich's social and spiritual agitation. But it is in Cayley, in my opinion, that this character assumed a generational consistence. I mean, a special historical density, and transmits this form, the form of a journey, to the presentation itself of the subject. Because there has been a shared story, history is the needed and more appropriate form of the account. Here there is a footnote. Let me see. Maybe, let's try. It is for the reasons that I spoke of a tradition, a stratified one over 3 decades, and forcibly influential in my opinion. Of course, a tradition is an institution, and some rigidities may take place in it. Whoever taps into the unique deposit of information I mentioned risks critically repeating also the inaccuracies, even the mistakes, which are obvious in conversation, for instance, but result in congruence outside of such a context. For just one of many possible examples, Professor Michael Michlin, whom Illich mentioned, from his education years in Salzburg as the holder of the only educational course which really gave him something. This man never existed under that name at the Faculty of Philosophy of Salzburg University. So, a lapsus memoriae, quite normal, over and over repeated, I think also in Wikipedia, is turned into an institutional gust. I think I identified the teacher in question by crossing the personal study plan young Illich delivered to the faculty secretariat with the program catalog of that academic year semester in Salzburg. He was a prominent personality in Salzburg milieu and a close friend of Eric Peters. Anyway, this is basically the work of a historian. Biography is not a choice, it's not a moral stance. It is a job one can or cannot do. That's all on that subject. Of course we need biographies in this sense, and we owe to Martina Kaller-Dietrich the first effort in this direction, as everybody knows. This was a footnote. A second reason for what I'm investigating, a prevailing discrete diachronical approach to Illich's activity lies, I think, in an internal quality of the same activity. It is the singular circumstance that Illich is an author who debuts in volume at the age of 44. If we consider some of his writings of a greater circulations, we may go back a few years. But it remains that the most part of his life results foreign to the intellectual journey, precisely as intellectual in the usual meaning of the word. What can be done of this long period, which, even letting aside the 25 standard education years, counts from 15 to 20 years, the years of Illich's first maturity, focused on a project or a commitment which were eminently practical and required only rare and almost clandestine interventions in writing, the most linear way would be to recognize that this man had a project of life which failed, forcing him to fall back and take a different way, perhaps a plan B. If we do so, it becomes easier to isolate his intellectual activity as such and to approach it systematically. But if we instead choose to integrate those two different periods in an overview of the whole Illich, we have to assume a deep break, a kind of a wound, on the one hand, in order to neutralize it, at least partially. For instance, by treating each major phase of Father or Monsignor Illich's activity the way we would do with a book by his. But being forced, on the other hand, to give our overview the sign or the seal of the discontinuity. This one is an obliged choice, in my opinion, albeit a dangerous one at a historical level because of its anachronistic stance. Finally, the last reason is what we all know, namely that the intellectual activity of Illich had in itself an historical index of special poignancy. It is not just that in it some changes undoubtedly happened, or that these happened in correspondence to some epoch turns, as he himself sometimes explained. It is rather that his thinking structurally is, maybe exclusively is, a confrontation with the present time, his own present time. It is a way, his way, to stay not only in front of, but inside its present time, even from great distances, either historical or even theoretical, for example, theological. Whence the peculiar intensity of his presence to other people and to reality, the reality around him. Soi joinis circumstantias, as Ortega y Gasset put it, and as Illich recollects in speaking about his friend Bob Fox. How to refer to this man, if not through the closest connection to these circumstances, and what to derive from that, if not a call to think, or better to live, according to a similar style? No. In this regard, Illich's thought is and wants to be really asystematic and contingent in time and space. We can figure this out already from the sudden interruption of his missiological elaboration around 1964, as well as of the ecclesiological one 3 years later. Maybe only his earlier eschatology, exposed within a few months in 1956, reached the desired degree of completeness. Illich never came back to it explicitly, but we can suspect that it underlies a good deal, or maybe all of his subsequent activity, both practical and theoretical. Anyway, we might say, a bit paradoxically, that this contingent or historical existential quality of Illich's thought constitute a permanent feature of it. And we might start from here to reconstruct the whole architecture of it. In fact, various authors tend to isolate one or more of these permanent features as a final balance of their respective works. Jean Robert, for instance, put the locus theologicus of incarnation at the basis of his reconstruction, of the reconstruction he's provided in 2003. The historian Todd Arch emphasized the apophatic aspect of Illich's books, taking up in its own way a suggestion which had been of Leo Ineki, or, if you want, of Illich himself. The last contribute of David Cayley has plenty of similar suggestion, starting from the one I already mentioned, contingency. We can find also in Thierry Pacaud accounts in a personal and very moving form. At the conclusion of the book, Cayley presents a more determined proposal by indicating in complementarity with the related concepts of balance, proportionality, limit, that one thought whichever thinker ever thinks, according to a renowned saying. I can't list all the analogous proposals. I just believe that on the basis of them, or maybe of a crossing of them, gradually an overall structured view comes to maturity about the peculiar contribute of thought Illich gave. In the meanwhile, since we prevalently rely on historical biographical approach, I believe it useful to indicate some profitable complements. First, the example of the Stiftung Convivial should be replicated in other countries. It has centers of documentation able to gather the existing bibliography by and on Illich, as well as speeches, interviews, possible unpublished text, testimonies by and correspondence with friends of that country. Second, well-conducted historical studies on phases of Illich's activity, only generically known, would be helpful. For instance, the diocese of Cardinal Spellman. There is a PhD dissertation on the Incarnation Parish in the first half of the 20th century by the later Cardinal McCarrick. And later on, I think no more Cardinal, this is a dissertation, so Puerto Rico in the late 50s. Archives of Sikh and Sif at the Fordham University and of Sikh and Sidoc at the Colegio de Mexico should be thoroughly studied. Somebody should study in depth Illich's experience of the Council and other similar items. For instance, the origin of the theology of liberation. We know something about the 1964-65 meeting. But where is documentation of that exactly? Eventually, I think it's useful to benefit from a systematic edition of Illich's writings, as far as possible complete with information about the genesis, the redactions, and the editorial story of each of them.
Thank you so much, Fabio. I think what you did was a masterly exercise of distancing and closeness to Ivan Illich, helping us to situating him in his historical context and to conduct ourselves to the confrontation with our own present, being inspired, maybe, hopefully, by Illich. So he would have been the last person to have his thought brought into a system or an institution. So let us keep him in motus of this plancha. We listened to another researcher on Illich with many contributions. I proposed to him the topic, the title, Living as an Apocalyptic Christian, relating Illich to the eschatological question that already Giorgio Agamben mentioned. He will do so for us, but I think he will introduce all his large experience in knowing Ivan Illich. Welcome, Wolfgang Palava, and thank you so much. Don't be so humble as the others in not saying anything about you.
Okay.
Some words of introduction, please.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Barbara, for inviting me to this event. I like to contribute and discuss with you Illich. I came across Illich very, very early, so if I'm not completely wrong, I bought Illich's book, Deschooling Society, when I was still at school. And I think I was in the Catholic youth movement, and I was connected to some Latin American solidarity groups, and they recommended to me this book, and I bought it. So it's one of the first books in today a large book collection. And later on, I am a friend of Jean-Pierre Dupuis because of my Girardian background. So I always knew there is behind Dupuis, Illich, and Girard. And I was very taken by The Rivers North of the Future when it came out, and I get to know David Cayley and Sajai Samuel, and they invited me to do conferences in the last couple of years. I missed them. I only heard yesterday that they will not come. They are friends, And even although they are friends, and I hope they are already awake and listen now, we have some arguments about Illich and COVID, how this relates, and there would have been time here in Fribourg to struggle through these questions. I hope there will be another opportunity, but I'm looking forward to see them in the next panel. So I became very much interested in Illich through his book, The Rivers North of the Future. So I will first start in my talk about that we are living in an apocalyptic age. I will, in a second step, show you what Girard and Illich have to contribute to understanding the roots and the deeper meaning of this apocalyptic age. And in a third step, I would address that Christians living in an apocalyptic age need hope. And also, this is not an easy question, because there is a bad hope and there is a good hope. And I hope I can show you what the good hope and the profound hope is, contrary to a bad hope. So, close to the publication of The Rivers North of the Future, René Girard published his last book, Achevé Clausewitz, or in English, Battling to the End. And in the very introduction of this book, he says, my book is an apocalyptic book. My book talks about the real possibility that our world as a whole comes to an end. Students of Girard, even partly myself, were quite shocked about this gloomy outlook that Girard expressed in his book. But if we look back to the year 2007 and look to the period between 2007 and today, the book of Girard has been more often confirmed than falsified. A quick look at the doomsday clock of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists proves this claim. When Girard's book was published in 2007, the finger of this clock indicated a man-made global catastrophe about 5 minutes to midnight. If you look today into the doomsday clock, it's 100 seconds to midnight. And after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the board of the doomsday clock even discussed, should we switch the finger? But then they decided for the last 50 years, we always did it in January, so they will do it in January again. But 100 seconds to midnight is already quite close, too close. When you read the summary of the explanation why the clock is setting 100 seconds to midnight, they write the following: the time is based on continuing and dangerous threats both by nuclear weapons, climate change, disruptive technologies, and COVID-19. And we can say that the ongoing war in Ukraine has increased the dangers of a nuclear war or a nuclear catastrophe. In 2014, also Bruno Latour and Ulrich Beck, two thinkers that have focused on the risks that our world of today faces, and said this is an apocalyptic age. Bruno Latour said the following, and Ulrich Beck completely endorsed this. I quote, "If we take politics seriously, then we have to talk about war and peace, revolution and revelation, the etymology, as you know, of the word apocalypse. But if it might be too flippant to brandish the theme of the end of the world, it would be even more bizarre not to take the theme of living in apocalyptic time seriously, because so many things are pointing to, of not the end, at least to a radical change of horizon. Those who don't feel in their bones that they might lose the world must have difficult feeling alive," unquote. Even theologians today, who were in recent decades very reluctant to approach the Antichrist or apocalypse at all, are opening up. The research journal Fresh Thinking of the Center of Theological Inquiry in Princeton, in the latest issue, had the four horsemen of the apocalypse of Albrecht Dürer on the front page, and the director of the center explains that our world of today confirms Dürer's image, but the contributions by theologians to this last issue give us reasons for hope. And I fully agree that whoever deals with the apocalyptic challenges that we face today also needs a profound hope in order not to give in to a narcotizing consumerism or end up in fatalistic despair. Hope, however, is a word that encompasses quite different meanings. Maybe hope is also a plastic word, but we cannot do without it because it's also important theological virtue. There are types of hope that do not help us at all and even contribute to a fatalistic passivity that doesn't take the apocalyptic threats seriously. I will conclude now this first part of my talk with a speech by Greta Thunberg that you might not like this speech, but I nevertheless read it to you. So Greta Thunberg in January 2019 addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos with her following words: "Our house is on fire. We are less than 12 years away from not being able to undo our mistakes. In that time, unprecedented changes in all aspects of society need to have taken place, including a reduction of our CO2 emissions by at least 50%. Adults keep saying we owe to the young people to give them hope. But I don't want your hope. I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I feel every day, and then I want you to act. I want you to act as you would in a crisis. I want you to act as if our house is on fire, because it is," unquote. I will come back to this quote a little bit later. I go into my second step, understanding the apocalyptic stage of our world with René Girard and Ivan Illich. And I start with one of the sources of Illich, with Günther Anders, a German philosopher and convinced atheist, who claimed that the nuclear bomb that the US Army dropped on Hiroshima in 1945 started the apocalyptic age. August 6, 1945, the day of Hiroshima, is the day when a new age began, when the apocalyptic age, according to Anders, began. Anders also recognized two differences between our current apocalypse and its biblical understanding. A first difference consists in the fact that today's apocalypse refers to real dangers, whereas the biblical understanding must be seen as a mere metaphor, as a fiction. The second difference between the biblical understanding and the current apocalypse that Anders highlighted was the complete absence of any hope in a transcendent power that could promise salvation during catastrophe. Anders talks therefore about a naked apocalypse or an apocalypse without a kingdom. Anders' understanding of the biblical apocalypse is not profound enough. He limits it to the modern understanding of sheer destruction and does not reflect on the literal meaning of this word that means revelation or uncovering. It is at this point that we must turn to Girard and Illich, who were very much aware of the meaning of the biblical term and who could also explain how this unveiling is connected to the possible destruction of our world. Girard most explicitly underlined the meaning of apocalypse as a revelation or uncovering in an interview with David Cayley. And here you see an indirect influence of Illich on Girard, because Cayley, of course, knew from Illich very well what a revealing or unveiling mean, and he put those words into Girard's mouth, so to say. Girard explained to Cayley his understanding of uncovering by referring to Girard's thesis about the biblical unveiling of the scapegoat mechanism that helped early human communities to contain violence. I quote Girard: Because if you reveal what sacrifice is, if you understand what human violence is, you are faced by the ultimate issue, which is either the total refusal of violence or surrendering to it and destroying everything, unquote. Girard claims that our contemporary world offers a particularly clear picture of the apocalyptic dangers that accompany the biblical weakening of the sacred characterizing early religions. The biblical demystification of the world has given rise to modern science and technology, in particular nuclear weapons, which have provided humanity with the capability to annihilate itself. Girard also saw the environmental catastrophes that threaten our self-inflicted end of the world as a confirmation of the Bible's apocalyptical prophecies. Despite Girard's siding with the biblical apocalypticism, he clearly distanced himself from a fundamentalist longing for God's violent intervention. His apocalypticism is based on the apocalyptic texts in the Synoptic Gospels, not on John's book of Revelation. He finds a key passage in Matthew 24 in which Jesus describes the birth pangs of a coming catastrophe, saying that nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places. Girard concludes from such passages that fundamentalist interpretations of the apocalypse are false. I quote Girard, "The apocalyptic texts speak of a war among people, not of a war of God against humans. The apocalypse has to be taken out of fundamentalist hands." Girard also addressed the topic of Antichrist, and I will not develop that any further, but to see that Girard is addressing the Antichrist gives us an entry point to engage now with Illich's apocalypticism. Because in Illich's apocalyptic thinking, the Antichrist and what surrounds the topic of the Antichrist is even more important and more unfolded. There are significant parallels between Girard and Illich, who are both apocalyptic thinkers. Like Girard, also Illich distanced himself from fundamentalist understandings of the apocalypse. For this reason, he once said to David Cayley that he has always abstained from making apocalyptic statements or interpreting the apocalypse. David Cayley helps us with a distinction between a historical apocalypse, that is the progressive revelation or unveiling of what happens when the kingdom of God is in effect sold into captivity on the one hand, and a mythological apocalypse about which Illich did not want to speak because it consists in the projection of human evil onto God, sees the kingdom as something in the future, and has a strong accent on retribution. Illich's most important contribution to apocalyptic thinking is his dealing with the mysterium iniquitatis, the mystery of lawlessness, as it is mentioned in the second letter to the Thessalonians, that the tradition has equated with the Antichrist. According to Illich, the mystery of lawlessness is a new type of evil that indirectly was enabled by the incarnation, that may even therefore be seen as a curse. It is particularly noteworthy that Illich uses this new form of evil to try to explain those problematic aspects of the modern world that have particularly preoccupied him throughout his life, the counterproductive consequences of modern institutions such as schools, the health care system, or the transportation system. In this context, Illich sees modernity as an extension of church history. Thus, in his view, the modern horrors can only be fully grasped by those who understand their sinfulness, their direct contradiction of the new freedom proposed in the gospel. Instrumentalizations and institutionalizations of the Christian message led to threatening machines. For Illich, the new evil follows from a perversion of Christianity, which manifests itself in the institutionalization of Jesus' message and the generation of unlimited needs. Specifically, he cites the need for education, the need for ever-increasing health services, and the need for shelter. This is precisely where he sees the temptation of the Antichrist, and I quote Illich, "The Antichrist, which looks in so many things just like Christ, and which preaches universal responsibility, global perception, humble acceptance of teaching instead of finding out for yourself, and guidance through institutions. The Antichrist, or let's say the Mysterium Iniquitatis, is the conglomerate of a series of perversions by which we try to give security, survival ability, and independence from individual persons to the new possibilities that were opened through the gospel by institutionalizing them," unquote. Illich does not shy away from using apocalyptic metaphors to address the dangers that come along with this instrumentalization of the Christian message. In his famous book, Deschooling Society, he points to the apocalyptic dangers coming along with those institutions that seem at first sight completely harmless. I quote Illich, "The military institution is evidently absurd. The absurdity of non-military institutions is more difficult to face. It is even more frightening precisely because it operates inexorably. We know which switch must stay open to avoid an atomic holocaust. No switch detains an ecological Armageddon," unquote. He uses a similar phrase where he mentions dangers that follow the world's ever-increasing hunger for energy. And he was addressing this in the energy crisis of 1973, and we just are repeating an energy crisis right now. The current energy crisis recommends a look into Illich's essay on this topic. He warns us in his essay Energy and Equity that, quote, "a hysterical concern with machine fodder can reinforce the present escalation of capital-intensive institutional growth and carry us past the last turn-off from a hyper-industrial Armageddon," unquote. What Illich claims by alerting us to the counterproductive consequences of modern institutions and by underlining frequently how the perversion of the best can turn into the worst, corruptio optimi pessima, remains a valid insight that should accompany us all in our undertakings and all our reflections on the status of our world. I come to my third point, and this is the apocalyptic stage of our world needs fear and hope. I ended the first part of my paper with Greta Thunberg's Rejection of Hope. There are good reasons to do this, and scholars who are aware of the apocalyptic stage of our world share Greta's view. Günther Anders strongly rejected calls for hope because he saw them as leading to nothing but inactivity. Anders criticized the optimistic faith in progress as well as Ernst Bloch's emphasis on hope. Hans Jonas also understood that the technological world has to prefer doomsaying over technological optimism. I quote Jonas, "The prophecy of doom is to be given greater heed than the prophecy of bliss," unquote. The German title of Jonas' seminal book, Das Prinzip Verantwortung, the Imperative of Responsibility, makes clear that he was distancing himself directly from Ernst Bloch's understanding of hope, as Bloch expressed it in Das Prinzip Hoffnung. Jean-Pierre Dupuis, a student and collaborator of Illich, followed Anders and Jonas with his own concept of an enlightened doomsaying as a response to the apocalyptic threats of today. Now, does the rejection or sidelining of hope mean that we must give up on it, that we must give up on hope? Not at all, because without hope there remains only despair and fatalism. We need a more nuanced understanding of hope. Illich shares the view that a certain type of hope has contributed to the apocalyptic stage of our world. In Rivers North of the Future, he calls the hope that dominated the 1960s, the hope of Bloch, for instance, a deeply secularized hope, a hope which took the form of belief in development, in betterment, in progress. This secularized hope results in the same fatalism as the absence of hope. Illich understood the need for hope as the concluding chapter of his book, This Cooling Society shows. In it, he contrasts the Promethean endeavor to forge institutions, then goes along with the history of fading hope and rising expectations, with the Epimethean man standing for profound hope. I quote Illich, "Hope in its strong sense means trusting faith in the goodness of nature, while expectation, as I will use it here, means reliance on results which are planned and controlled by man. Hope centers desire on a person from whom we await a gift. Expectation looks forward to satisfaction from a predictable process which will produce what we have the right to claim. The Promethean ethos has now eclipsed hope. Survival of the human race depends on its rediscovery of hope, of profound hope as a social force." I'm not sure, a slight criticism of Illich, if this is allowed here. I'm not sure if Illich's reference to Greek myth is the best way for a profound understanding of hope, but Illich's emphasis on personal dimension and its reliance on grace is certainly at the center of a Christian understanding of hope, as we can quickly see by comparing it with the view of the German philosopher Josef Pieper, who too is an important apocalyptic thinker. Josef Pieper distinguished between ordinary hope and fundamental hope, and knew that the virtue of hope is not something that the subject is capable of acquiring through his own efforts, but it instead possesses a gift character. It is something that the subject receives from a giver. That sounds very like Illich. Quoting Greta Thunberg's speech in Davos and referring you to enlightened doomsayers like Jonas and Dupuy, I assume may be a provocation in a circle dedicated to the legacy of Illich. I am fully aware that Illich distanced himself from concepts like Jonas' responsibility, and that he would see Greta's Fridays for Future protests as nothing but rain dances. I side, however, with Jonas and enlightened doomsaying, but I also think that Illich has a point that we should not overlook. Apocalyptic approaches that seek absolute security are extremely dangerous attempts that may lead to the worst. Attempts to create absolute security may easily end up in a totalitarian security system, as it is expressed, for instance, in Dostoevsky's famous legend about the Grand Inquisitor. Illich was very much aware of such dangers. He resists plans to avoid the apocalypse and to seek absolute security. He once said to Cayley, "The only hope for the life which I am seeking rests upon rejection of sentimentality and openness to surprise." His openness for grace and for surprises must accompany all attempts to avoid the apocalypse, so that these attempts do not become themselves counterproductive. David Cayley frequently stresses in his book on Illich that Illich was a proscriptive rather than a prescriptive thinker. And I like this insight very much. I think it's very important when we read Illich's work, Illich's book. This is an important qualification that should never get out of sight if one reads Illich's work. Illich's emphasis on the counterproductivity of good intentions remains a valid warning for our times. It would, however, be also dangerous to turn these warnings into prescriptions. Now, I'm teaching Catholic social teaching, and allow me, therefore, to refer to Pope Francis, and if you do not allow me, I nevertheless do it. So Pope Francis' encyclical Laudato Si is also fully aware of apocalyptic dangers without overlooking the necessity of hope. According to Pope Francis, every single individual may give reason for hope, and by referring to the story of Noah and the flood, the Pope claims all it takes is one good person to restore hope. The Pope, however, knows that isolated individuals are too weak to change the course of the world. And I quote again the Pope, "Isolated individuals can lose their ability and freedom to escape the utilitarian mindset and end up prey to an unethical consumerism bereft of social or ecological awareness. Social problems must be addressed by community networks and not simply by the sum of individual good deeds," unquote. Such community networks cannot be created politically, but must grow out of friendships. At this point, I can end my talk by going back to Illich and his insight that hope relies on personal relationships and on God's grace enabling us to be a gift to each other. In Illich's eyes, hope is deeply based on friendship, and I think Thierry will address that in his talk. I hope at least you will do that. I end therefore with Illich's understanding of friendship in a technological age and how it might help us to live in an apocalyptic world. So this quote is my final word. Illich: "Today I do not believe that friendship can flower out of political life. I believe that if something like a political life is to remain for us in the world of technology, then it begins with friendship. Therefore, my task is to cultivate disciplined, self-denying, careful, tasteful friendships. Mutual friendships always, I and you, and I hope a third person, out of which perhaps community can grow. Because perhaps here we can find what the good is." Unquote, and thank you very much for your patience.
Ivan Illich, René Girard, I dare to introduce Sergei Bulgakov, Giorgio Agamben, Wolfgang Pahlava. As far as I observe, where a true renewal of Christian thought and Christian life takes place, it's always in link to an eschatological or apocalyptic perspective. And I think we should take it as an encouragement to strengthen this aspect, like Wolfgang Pahlava did for us in our theological mission. It includes fear and hope. This is a strong message, so we cannot take out completely fear. And of course, the word of the psalm came into my mind, Timor Domini, including the whole reality of God's life with his creation. Timor Domini, initium sapientiae. So this part of our conferences switches to what we call a convivial. You see, we didn't call it a coffee break. It's also a coffee break, but it means that you can continue exchange with Wolfgang and among yourselves. We will use the break to prepare the connection to David Cayley and to Sajai Samuel. I hope it works well. After their two presentations, there is a time for exchange with them, but maybe also with the first two presentations. We can come back to them. Just maybe one remark already now. We did not organize an apéro riche in the evening because it's complicated. You never know how many people are there, what you do, what is over. So we will go together to dinner in a very good restaurant. It's the speakers, but including, of course, the partners. Let's say in this way, if you are on the speakers list and you do not want to come, please inform me so that we can organize it with the restaurant. But if you do not say anything, I'm strongly convinced that you will come. Thank you, and we will see each other again at 4 o'clock here. Enjoy the break.
You find everything there. I myself, before I wrote my paper, read David's chapter on the apocalypse so that I do not miss any nuances. We are great also to have Samuel Satchai with us, who is doing great work in the United States at Penn State, also in regard to Illich, published now already 2 issues of Conspiratio, a new Illich dedicated journal, and they both will give their talks, and then we will have a time for discussion. David will talk about Illich and the post-pandemic political conjuncture, and then Satchai will talk about is tyrannical management normal, and hopefully not, but if it's normal, we have to think about what's going on. So David, you will start, right?
I'm ready.
Yeah, so ready, steady, go.
Okay, am I addressing people? I'm only seeing you, that's it. Turn it around so I can see people. Yes, okay. All right, there you All right, this is much better. Now I feel like I'm talking to you. Good morning from Toronto. I'm sorrier than I thought I would be that I'm not there now that I see people, and I know there are many dear ones amongst you, although I can't see exactly, but it's enough to make me feel I'm talking to someone. Happy birthday to Ivan. The occasion brings back many happy memories for me of good times on September the 2nd in days of yore in State College, Pennsylvania. I have written a paper which I have sent to Barbara, which I will post on my website and which I will send to any one of you who asks me for it. But I can't read it. I tried that once on Zoom and got into a terrible muddle. And so the only way I can deal with this situation is to just talk extemporaneously. So in the half hour I have, I'll try to give you some idea of what I've written there, but as I say, if you want the paper, Barbara has it, I'll send it, I'll also post it. My subject is the pandemic and what I felt it revealed and what I think Ivan has to say about it. The events of March, April 2020 were shocking to me. I have only one experience to which I can compare them, which was the day after 9/11, when everyone seemed to already know the precise meaning of what had occurred. And that experience was repeated in March 2020 when what appeared to me, not all at once, but gradually, a new social order descended, as it were, complete and total, and no one seemed to notice or remark on it. So I'll just mention a few of the signs of that for me. The first one, important one, was a paper by an epidemiologist and medical statistician at Stanford called John Ioannidis, who wrote of a possible fiasco, his word, if policy was made in the absence of any definite evidence about what this disease is and what its infection mortality rate is. And that was completely disregarded. And what amounted to a public health revolution, I'm not exaggerating, that was the view of many older public health professionals that I knew was simply implemented without possibility of any question. So according to Dr. Richard Schabas, who was the chief medical officer of Ontario for 10 years, the tenets that he thought were the pillars of public health were do not spread fear, prefer persuasion to coercion, always act on solid evidence, and always have regard for the full situation, public health, and not for one disease vector alone. All those principles were violated. They were just thrown out, and yet no one remarked on it in any way. Indeed, in the summer of 2020, this was very impressive to me, this is just in Canada, a whole panoply of a constellation of former public health professionals, chief medical officers of health, both provincial and federal, former deans of medicine, a who's who, the public health establishment of last year, made a statement saying that this was quite a questionable policy that was being followed. I mean, really focusing particularly on the practice of quarantining the well, lockdown, as it came to be called. That was another astonishing thing for me, that the term lockdown, formerly used in prisons, occasionally in gigantic high schools, became acceptable and unremarkable parlance overnight. Quite astonishing. Anyway, these public health professionals made a statement calling on the government to consider a more balanced approach. That statement was completely ignored. Completely ignored. It wasn't carried on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. It didn't appear in any of our major newspapers. And these are things I attend to as a former journalist. So I was pretty quick to realize that I was in the presence of a full-blown censorship, which I found pretty worrying. Later on, it became even more overt. I'll just give one example of that. The governor of Florida invited the three prominent, eminent, decorated epidemiologists who made the so-called Great Barrington Declaration, speaking against the policy of lockdown and calling for a policy that they called focused protection. The governor of Florida invited them to a round table, which was then posted on YouTube. YouTube took it down because it wasn't acceptable. It was misinformation. So pretty soon this trope of misinformation, or sometimes disinformation, came to stand for any disagreeable opinion. So this appeared to me to be quite a totalitarian complex altogether. I really, I'll just draw attention to one more feature of it, which was what I call the myth of science. So when John Ioannidis made his statement about fiasco and the lack of evidence, there in effect was no science. There were the old understandings in public health, there was the experience of former epidemics, but there was nothing really to go on. But the governments from the beginning, all governments except Sweden's, in Western governments, immediately announced that they were following science and that was the only thing to do, and nobody was to say nay. And indeed, nobody had the opportunity to say nay in any of the major media that I followed. So you're following science where there is no science. So to me, this said that the myth of science, if I can call it that, had completely triumphed. Scientific findings, when they began to come in, were partial, contested, ambiguous, etc., what you would expect. But those really were never taken note of to any real extent. By that time, the myth was all-powerful. Science was what qualified people said science was. Anthony Fauci made it quite explicit later on when he said, "I am science." In case anyone was in doubt what science looked like and what its particular features were. And so that, again, really impressed me. So who would I consult to understand this situation more than my old friend Ivan? So I went back to Ivan and came to the conclusion that the reason this had appeared full-blown, as it were, unquestionable, obvious, was that we had been practicing, and practicing for about 50 years in some cases, and that Ivan had sketched all the features of this new situation quite clearly in medical nemesis, but particularly in the later reflections on medical nemesis. Let me take just one example. He said when he reflected on medical nemesis 10 years later in the Lancet that he would no longer make the statement the medical establishment is the major threat to health, because there no longer is, in his opinion, a medical establishment. And so what he had called the establishment had become, in the meanwhile, in his opinion, functionaries of a system. Well, that seemed a radical statement at the time. It's absolutely explicit now. In the province of Ontario, in the summer of 2021, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, which regulates the profession and licenses doctors, made a statement saying that any doctor who made anti-vaccine statements, anti-mask statements, anti-distancing statements, or in any way approved of treatments that were not the recognized treatments, in other words, gave out ivermectin or whatever it was, would be disciplined. And indeed, discipline followed. Doctors were threatened. A few have lost their licenses. So the college completely prescribed how doctors were to behave vis-a-vis their patients. If I came to a doctor and said, well, I have a heart condition, I'm not sure what I should do in this circumstance. This vaccine is novel. It employs a mechanism never before tried. It's not really a vaccine, in fact. I'm doubtful. That doctor couldn't say, oh, I hear what you're saying. Let's discuss this. That doctor was obliged to say, get out of my office. That's not the line we're following here. So, I mean, it was quite clear that doctors had no ability to consider individual cases whatsoever. That's just one example of this kind of totalitarian situation. So, I concluded that what Ivan had foreseen and indeed had already realized was present was now fully effective and, key idea, obvious, like unquestionable. That was a personal reality for me. I got into unpleasant conversations with friends. I lost friends. So it was a tricky time. So going back to Ivan, not only did he diagnose the problem, but it's my belief that he put forward the remedy. And when I thought about that, I was taken back to the part of Tools for Conviviality, which you can see it's now individual pages. It's been so often consulted. There's a section when he speaks about recovery, meaning the path to the keys to conviviality, if you like, the recovery of a livable world, a human world. He specifies three requirements. The first is the demythologization of science, by which he means the idea that science produces knowledge of another kind than the kind available to ordinary judgment. That science is a staple, it's an institutional output. It's not actual scientific findings which people could judge, look at, see for themselves, as in my example of the patient vis-a-vis the doctor, but it's an authoritative output of a system. So that was condition one for him, that people recover their own judgment and their own capacity to judge. The second, which is related, it was what he called the rediscovery of language, meaning learning to speak for yourself, to know what it is you're saying when you say something, to, in Wendell Berry's expression, stand by words, because you speak words that you can stand by because you know what you're saying. I mean, to go back to the pandemic, people are amongst all these phantoms, right? They speak knowledgeably about BA1 and BA5, and they think they know what this infinitesimal particle looks like. They've seen cartoons of it in every newspaper. Obviously that thing can't get through a mask. Look how big it is. So living amongst phantoms, what Barbara Duden and Celia Szymerski once called the pop gene, well, this is the pop virus, in my opinion. One thinks one knows much more about it than one really does. So recovery of ordinary language. And the third, Ivan called recovery of legal procedure. He may have, and some thought that he did, have exaggerated how much law, even the common law, could become a convivial tool. But I would today read that more broadly as the recovery of tradition altogether, as finding in what has been handed over to us the resources to live in this situation, and also the seeing what is it in that tradition, that handed over heritage, that has got us into this pickle in the first place. So I think Ivan, in that sense, has the remedy as good now as then. The other thing that I found helpful in Ivan was that the pandemic made very strange and interesting bedfellows. So I'll take a couple of concrete examples. The Great Barrington Declaration, I don't know if any of you are aware of it, but it was a critical statement made by three eminent epidemiologists. And one of them, Sunetra Gupta, was a highly decorated epidemiologist, vaccinologist at Oxford, who is, by her own admission, an old line labor supporter. I mean, a woman who, practically is in favor of renationalizing industry, certainly a staunch welfare status and social democrat. The Great Barrington Declaration is named after a town in western Massachusetts, which is the home of the American Institute of Economic Research, which is in the tradition of Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich von Hayek, libertarian, one would say. So that on their statement on the web of what they're about, who we are, they say they're supporters of pure freedom and private governments. Pure freedom. So you don't often see that. So here's social democratic epidemiologists in the home of libertarian economics, and they have common cause. Now, this, I would argue, is happening again and again. The doctor who may be restive with the regime of the Ontario College of Physicians and Surgeons is uneasily paired with what he considers to be an anti-vaxxer, but nevertheless, they have common cause. But these common causes, or common cause, can't easily name themselves or speak about themselves. And here I'm led back to a paper that Ivan gave in the late 70s called 3 Dimensions of Public Choice. It's the first essay in shadow work. I think a virtually identical version appears in the Mirror of the Past. And there Ivan says that, in effect, the left-right spectrum only tells you who's driving the bus to perdition. It doesn't allow you to in any way question the bus. It just tells you who's driving. Is the market in charge or is the state in charge? So he said that to map the field of real political choices would require at least 2 other axes. One is effectively technological, i.e., is this a tool that can be serviceable for human beings, or is it a tool that will dominate and control people? The theme of Tools for Conviviality. And the third, he is an axis running from what he calls having to being, so adapting terms from his old friend Erich Fromm. So is it something we can do for ourselves? Does it belong to what he also tried to call vernacular? Or does it belong to the world of commodities, something I can purchase? And you know, he made this proposal because all the questions that he wanted to raise don't register on our normal way of configuring and speaking about politics, the way which commands not only our classifications, but also, to a large extent, our loyalties. If I'm of the left, then I go along with the package of the left. If I'm on the right, I go along with the package of the right. And this has become just maddening in the last couple of years. I mean, my milieu growing, as I grew up and came to manhood, was definitely the new left, right? And many of my friends belong there, but now, like the epidemiologist, Netra Gupta, I find myself in the company of libertarian economists and thinking, this must be rethought. This has to be refigured in different terms. This is just not, people are going to get so confused trying to parse all this out on the basis of left and right. So I think Ivan has the terms with, you know, you don't have to accept all the particulars of this new political map to see that unless we have a political language that can take account of scale, that can take account of balance, that can take account of proportion, the themes of Tools for Conviviality, it will be impossible to understand the situation that we're in or resist, where appropriate, that situation. So that's, in brief, my account of how Ivan bears on the pandemic and my concern about what the pandemic has revealed. I'll conclude with reference to another essay of his, The Rise of Epimethean Man, which is, I'm sure, known to lots of you. It concludes Deschooling Society. And there he says, I think this may also have been Wolfgang's theme earlier, that the survival of the human race, he doesn't mince words, will depend, he says, on the rediscovery of hope as a social force. He then carefully distinguishes hope from expectation. So, in other words, hope is nothing that we can expect. Now, it is something that might come to us if we are properly disposed and able to receive it. It is absolutely not something that we can command, produce, or expect. So he's not talking. Now, that book, superficially, Deschooling Society, is an optimistic book. The Rise of Epimethean Man is ostensibly an optimistic essay. He says the mood of 1971, the year in which he was writing, is propitious for a major change of direction towards a hopeful future. Now, I dare say 1971 was a more hopeful a year than was there, Wolfgang, I'm seeing you now, was a more hopeful year than 2022. But if you look in retrospect, the major change of direction evidently did not occur. So I will conclude with the claim that we're not in a very different situation than Ivan was when he wrote then. That is, hope is still not expectation. And hope, distinguished from expectation, I think can only be messianic, wild messianic hope. That things that we know in our hearts, that things could be different than they are. But I think it's going to be necessary to understand what has happened in a different way than it is now being understood, and to invent a new language and a new stance by which it can be grasped and understood. And there I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And you are right, I concluded my paper exactly with the Epimethean.
Really? Okay. I should have listened.
With hope. So at least in this regard, we were fully on the same line. Probably
Good.
not on the COVID thing, but we will discuss that after Satchai's paper. We will discuss the whole thing. And so,
Good.
Thank you very much. I think the audience listened very carefully and was very easy to follow and a clear argument. So thank you very much. It was good that you did not read, but present the paper. And now we go over to Satchai. And I already said he will talk about the tyrannical management, asking if this is normal or not normal, whatever. And after that, we will discuss with the audience and with the two of you the whole range of questions and topics and so on. Okay? So we go over to Satchai, and can we, how do we, now we have Satchai, big one. I will turn the computer around that you see the thousands of people who are... Yeah, and we are grateful for your contribution. And
thank you.
Yeah, ready, steady, go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. You're surrounded by, you're like angels because there are big lights around you and there are halos around you. So, angelic or not, it's a pleasure to be even through Zoom with you. I don't have the command that David has of a journalist to speak without notes, so I've got notes and I will read. But let me see if I can keep that to a minimum. I wish I was there though. When I heard you're all hanging out in the Cistercian monk abbey for dinner and conversation, that made me a bit jealous. One other caveat: if you can't hear me too well, it's because I have something of a bad cold. Actually, COVID, but it shows itself as a cold. Because I have a lot of stuff to discuss with you, and hope to get a discussion going, Wolfgang, I think, rightly intuits I'm not going to end with hope. I want to open something and see whether or not my understanding of it is correct. And so I have a talk with very few footnotes. In the time that I have, I can only draw the argument in bold lines, not too much color, not too much shading. But I'm assuming we're friends, and it's a sort of unfinished work that I submit to your consideration. I have a lot of already overflowing trash bin full of abandoned ideas. If at the end of 30 minutes you tell me throw it in the bin, I will. Yes? So, a lot of us have talked about corona. It seems to be this phenomenon of the time. I don't want to dwell on it too much though, and limit myself to one thing. The remarkable element of the worldwide response to coronavirus is the speed, the extent, and the duration of the emergency measures. Speed. Official nationwide states of emergency were announced in less than 90 days, roughly between February 2020 and May 2020. Extent. There are 193 countries in the world. If you exclude the Holy See and Palestine, there's no state. And according to the incomplete records maintained by the International Center for Non-Profit Law, at least 112 countries officially declared a nationwide state of emergency between 2020 and 2021, while even more, 153, established partial measures that affected the ability of citizens to assemble. So, almost 80% of all countries, and certainly more than 80% of the global human population, has been subjected to some form of collective management, ranging from control over movement and speech to assembly and medical procedures. Duration. While many countries have rolled back these emergency measures, many others still have some or all of them in place. For example, in the US, they've just extended the national emergency, public health emergency, until January 2023, even though in many states, such as Pennsylvania, for example, many of those emergency measures have been removed. So never before in human history have so many, so quickly, for so long, and to such an extent, been subjected to a coordinated regime of management. For me, this is the most significant phenomenon of the last 3 years. Note that I'm not discussing whether the state of emergency was comprehensive. Did it affect everybody? Nor am I concerned with whether these states of emergency were well justified. Nor am I debating the pros and cons of specific measures, lockdown versus something else. Finally, I'm not also interested in the social and economic consequences of the specific policies chosen, mental health consequences, etc. None of these aspects of the state responses to coronavirus, causes, consequences, degree of success, concern me today. I limit my attention to the one COVID-19 event that I think can be readily agreed to by all. Never before in human history have so many, so quickly, for so long, and to such an extent, been subjected to a coordinated regime of management. The pandemic has proved it is possible to manage the peoples of all the earth. The question I'm trying to answer is, how is it possible? At the height of the British rule of India, it is said that only about 65,000 British soldiers were needed to enforce the Raj over 220 million Indians. Population management in the British Raj did not require or rely on the exercise of state violence. In exploring the mechanisms of global population management over the last 2.5 years, I ignore the police on the streets of Delhi or the police bands announcements in Bergamo, Italy, telling people to stay at home. In ignoring it, I'm not denying that the threat of state violence was and is a potent element of population management. But just as I'm going to ignore the role of the police, so also I'm going to ignore the role of the media. I've discussed elsewhere how the pandemic, as media spectacle, prodded and prompted millions to do as they were told, to believe what they were shown but could not see. Today, I want to concentrate my attention on the gap between the official declaration of a state of emergency and their implementation or realization. How is a national state of emergency announced, for example, in Washington, D.C., implemented in State College, Pennsylvania? What is the mechanism that connects an official declaration of emergency to specific actions on the ground? After all, a declaration of public health emergency need not entail the order to take a vaccine or the fact that I take it. How does the first pass into the second? What the 112 countries did when they enacted a public health emergency is named a state of exception by scholars. And perhaps no one has done more over the past 3 decades to draw attention to the architecture and significance of the state of exception than Giorgio Agamben. Though the state of exception can be called many things as it has in history, state of siege, state of alarm, state of emergency, they all name a singular condition. The state of exception refers to the suspension of the constitutional order. Allow me to quote Agamben on this point. Quote, the state of exception is not a special kind of law, like the law of war, for example. Rather, it is the suspension of the juridical order itself. So note, the decree or edict announcing a state of emergency cannot be understood as a law, but rather only as a command. Precisely because the state of emergency entails the suspension of one or more of civil liberties, due process, freedom to assemble, to move, to trade, to speak, to medicate, it is not lawful. Instead, the command announcing a state of exception pronounces a zone or condition of lawlessness. To characterize the state of lawlessness, allow me to quote Agamben again, from the same book, The State of Exception. Quote, one of the essential characteristics of the state of exception is the provisional abolition of the distinction among legislative, executive, and judicial powers. So let me summarize this first step of the argument. The state of emergency instituted by an overwhelming majority of countries and affecting an overwhelming majority of people around the world to combat the coronavirus can be named the state of exception. The state of exception is a condition of lawlessness that is fabricated by command. Lawlessness because you suspend certain constitutional liberties. A defining feature of such a state of exception is the erasure of the distinction between the 3 separated powers of government. The second step in my argument reveals that the abolition of the separation between legislative, judicial, and executive powers is a defining feature of 3 relationships of contemporary times. That of the citizen to the government, that of the client to the profession, and that of the worker to the employer. The feature of separated powers is abolished in these 3 dimensions of human life today. And it is this fact that connects a declaration of emergency in Washington, D.C. to what happens in State College. Before I launch into this part of my talk, I must acknowledge that the thrust of this argument goes back more than 20 years to the prompting of my master, some of yours as well, Ivan Illich, who encouraged me to follow it up. What he did not realize is how lazy I am. And still, even 20 years of his absent presence has not been sufficient for me to produce the pamphlet he kept promising other people that I would. But given where you're sitting, I also want to recall to you another dear friend and teacher, Jean Robert, who was Swiss. I think Fabio already alluded to this remarkable thinker and mentor, whose last work on the history and disappearance of technology as such builds on and deepens the insights of Ivan. Okay, so back to the argument. The first 3 articles of the US Constitution are devoted to separating the 3 powers of the state. That should be enough to indicate how significant the idea, the notion, the meaning of the separation of powers is to modern constitutional order. To separate the one who makes the law from the one who enforces it, and from the one who judges a case based on it, is, as James Madison said in the Federalist 51, essential to the preservation of liberty. And if the legislator is also the one who executes the law and judges its applicability, then the very condition for liberty has been removed. It is as if the policeman who imprisoned you was the same guy who wrote the law and judged whether you had broken it. There is no innocence or guilt in such a situation, only obedience or disobedience. There is no way to contest the actions of a man, who is judge, jury, and executioner. It is for this reason that James Madison, and I must invoke him again, writes in Federalist 47, the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judicial, in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, and this idea will come back in Illich later, or elected, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. I will come back to the word tyranny a little later. Before I get there, I must make plausible that administrative agencies, professional associations, and corporate employers enmesh ordinary Americans, and my examples are completely provincial, American. I don't have the time and the knowledge to deal with the European example situation. So, enmesh ordinary Americans in their capacity as citizen, as client, and as workers in institutions that accumulate the powers which Madison defined. Oh, I'm so sorry. Madison defined as the condition of tyranny. Let me discuss these three institutions in order. There are now at least 430 administrative agencies and sub-agencies within the executive office of the president that covers every conceivable matter you can imagine, from agriculture and gambling to defense and international spying. But rather than describe to you how these agencies accumulate powers, the three powers in their reign in one hand, I prefer to read you a quotation. In an article written about 30 years ago, 1944, Professor Gary Lawson, a constitutional scholar, wrote an exhaustively documented article titled The Rise and Rise of the Administrative State for the Harvard Law Review. His argument was not new, but he wrote it in a humorous vein, and I think it captures what I want to share with you today. He writes, there is now virtually, and this is 1994, things have only progressed further now, there is now virtually no significant aspect of life that is not in some way regulated by the federal government. This situation is not about to change, it has been. Administrative agencies continually combine all three governmental functions in the same body, and even in the same people within that body. Consider the Federal Trade Association. The Commission promulgates substantive rules of conduct, legislative function. The Commission then considers whether to authorize investigations into whether the Commission's rules have been violated. If the Commission authorizes an investigation, the investigation is conducted by the Commission, which reports its findings to the Commission. If the Commission thinks that the Commission's findings warrant an enforcement action, the Commission issues a complaint. The Commission's complaint that a Commission rule has been violated is then prosecuted by the Commission and adjudicated by the Commission. The Commission adjudication can either take place before the full Commission or before a semi-autonomous Commission administrative judge, or administrative law judge. If the Commission chooses to adjudicate before the administrative law judge rather than before the Commission, and the decision is adverse to the Commission can appeal to the Commission. If the Commission ultimately finds a violation, then and only then can the affected party appeal to an Article 3 court. Do you understand? There is no outside the Commission, except this reference to an Article 3 court, which is your standard judicial court. Now here is the kicker. The reference to the Article 3 Court is a reference to the procedure for due process. The rights of the defendants are protected only if the Commission finds itself in violation of the rule it has authorized. In what has come to be called the Chevron deference, this was in 1984, and the Aour deference, which was in 1997, the Supreme Court of the US agreed that when a particular statute or regulation is ambiguous in its interpretation or its applicability, the judicial court, Article 3 Court, must accept the agency interpretation, i.e. the Commission's interpretation. So, even though there's a theoretical way to get to a jury trial, given the deference to administrative agencies, a jury trial is scrutinized. This is the reason Philip Hamburger and many other constitutional lawyers have said, all such deference grossly violates the most basic due process right to be judged without any judicial pre-commitment to the other party. Again, the Commission, like all administrative agencies, is serving as both legislature, judicial, and executive authority. It has been well understood that the separation of powers is a sine qua non of liberal rule. But as constitutional lawyers have long argued, the administrative apparatus of the state has abolished this condition for much of the relationship between the citizen and the government. But what of the relationship between the client and the profession? If the separation of powers of the state is a necessary condition for the legitimacy of the liberal state, then no such mechanism has been stipulated to ensure liberal conduct within civil society. Society is presumed to be the sphere of free private action, and it was and remains taken for granted that liberal rule only requires a restraint on the powers of the state. And yet, what if professional associations are to civil society what administrative agencies are to the state? It is precisely this insight that forms the central plank of Illich's argument against the profession. The professions become dominant and disabled when they arrogate to themselves the police powers of the state. For many years now, sociologists have been trying to figure out how to distinguish the professions from other occupations. What sets a doctor apart from a plumber, an accountant from a lawyer? The central plank in Illich's critique was not that the power of a professional over a client rested on questionable claims of knowledge and competence, nor was it that professionals attempted to capture monopoly rents by controlling the supply of professionals through licensing. Nor did this critique depend on exposing the hypocrisy of professions who announce a code of ethics just to protect lay people against the hubris of its members. He relied on the folk wisdom to laugh at such pretense. Illich's critique of the professions centered on a specific claim, that the professions are illegitimate because, like administrative agencies, they suspend the rule of law. He writes, the public acceptance of domineering professions is essentially a political thing. Each new establishment of professional legitimacy means that the political tasks of lawmaking, judicial review, and executive power lose more of their proper character and independence. Public affairs pass from the hands of a layperson's elected peers into the hands of a self-accrediting elite. Recall Madison and self-accrediting. Professional association, end quote. Professional associations suspend the rule of law by monopolizing the power to legislate, to direct, and to judge the conduct of individuals. Whereas the liberal professions relied on informal authority to bully or seduce you into buying their wares, the domineering professions are like corporate agencies that can legally require you to buy their services. As Illich pointed out, quote, morticians form a profession, italicized, emphasized, only when they acquire the legal muscle to have the police stop your burial if you were not embalmed and washed. In this respect, the professions are uniquely a modern phenomenon, not like guilds and unions. these latter could not rely on the law to enforce the acceptance of their services over the society at large. And just as administrative agents enjoy deference to their own interpretation of the statutes and the regulations that they generate, so also professions or professionals have the benefit of their opinion, being treated as evidence in the court of law. As Illich wrote, quote, citizen liberties are grounded on the rule that hearsay is excluded from testimony on which public decisions are based. When what people can see for themselves and interpret themselves is the common ground for binding rules that bind us all. Expert elites become dominant professions only by reversing this rule. In the legislatures and in the courts, the rule against hearsay evidence has been suspended in favor of opinions proffered by members of self-accredited elites. And I don't want to get into the thicket of the federal rules of evidence in the US to substantiate Illich's insight. I'll only quote two short statements made in the context of explaining Rule 703, which is the federal rule of evidence concerning expert testimony. The explanatory note states that the facts or data presented by an expert as evidence must be, quote, of a type reasonably relied on by experts in their particular field, end quote. And further, that having the stipulation avoids all, quote, relatively fruitless inquiries whether hearsay is involved. And so, in the case of expert testimony, the opinion of Mr. Expert, who has no first-hand knowledge of the case, is considered evidence because it is shared by other experts. And because the laypersons are arguing that any expert, that such expert opinion is only hearsay, has been ruled out of court as being fruitless, the layperson cannot challenge or contest the expert. To summarize, the relationship between the citizen and the government, and between the client and the profession, occurs in the context of administrative agencies and professional associations. Both can be characterized by the accumulation of the three powers of the state, legislative, executive, and judicial, in one hand. But what is the relationship between the worker and the corporation? This is the third dimension of everyday life. Most of the population are employees, not entrepreneurs. As employees, they sell their labor power to a legal person called a corporation. What are the laws that govern the relationship between the seller and the buyer of labor? Employment relationships are governed by contract law, which presupposes mutual assent of buyer and seller, and by employment law, which defines the specifics of the relationship between employer and employee. I'm going to skirt around these laws, only to focus on the central point I want to make. For much of what the employee does, the worker does, the employer acts as legislator, executor, and judge. Recently, Elizabeth Anderson, a political philosopher, wrote a book titled Private Government, precisely because she was dealing with an unfamiliar, even contradictory government that is private. She was careful to specify what she meant by the phrase. I quote, "You are subject to private government whenever one, you are subordinate to authorities who can order you around and sanction you for not complying over some domain of your life. And two, the authorities treat it as none of your business what orders it issues and why it sanctions. A government is private with respect to a subject if it can issue orders backed by sanctions to that subject in some domain of that subject's life, and that subject has no say in how that government operates, and no standing to demand their interests be taken into account. Private government is government that has arbitrary, unaccountable power over those it governs. When an Amazon worker must urinate into bottles instead of having time to go to the bathroom, there is no legal recourse because the employment contract is not the same as a commercial contract. Buying a plane ticket is not the same kind of contract as working as a pilot in Lufthansa. And what is the core of the difference? Employment transactions come with a slew of obligations and responsibilities that are unique to and which, on analysis, support the point that Anderson makes. As the economist Scott Maston pointed out 35 years ago, when entering an employment relation, the employee accepts the duty to, quote, yield obedience to all reasonable orders and instructions of the employer. In adjudicating disputes between employers and employees, what matters above all is whether the employer has the right to control the details of the employee's work. The employee is also legally required to reveal all relevant information to the employer, which is what allows Penn State, for example, to use my Google search data to monitor how I'm using my time. But there is more than obedience and full disclosure that the employer can legally demand from an employee. It also has, quote, the right to expect loyalty, respect, and faithfulness from the employee, each of whom will conduct himself with such decency and propriety of deportment so as not to bring injury to the business of the employer. End quote. The punishment for disobedience, disrespect, and disloyalty is not simply the power to fire the employee. If that were the only sanction, there is little to differentiate an employment relation from a commercial. When the employee fails to uphold the duties as prescribed by the employer can seek damages from the employee for the losses incurred. And this is the legal hammer that nails the employee's hide to the commands of the employer. Quote, the employer is entitled to have its orders obeyed and may discipline employees for refusing to obey even improperly. Arbitrators almost uniformly hold that an employee must first obey and only then seek recourse through grievance proceedings. And finally, most employment contracts are at will. Superficially, this gives the impression that both employee and employer can terminate the employment contract at will, for good cause, for bad cause, or no cause at all. That's the standard approach. But this is not true. Employers can fire an employee for actions and habits that would not invalidate a commercial transaction. An employee can be fired for laziness, fighting, gambling, use of drugs, improper computer use, and so on. A Penn State colleague of mine was temporarily fired because while teaching a class on Zoom from home, he had a can of beer on his table at the end of lunch. Moreover, it is the employee who carries the burden of proof to show that the employer's dissatisfaction with his work was not in good faith. To summarize, the corporation as employer has the legal authority to specify, enforce, and judge the work efforts of the employee. Viewed from the point of view of political theory, the employer-employee relationship exemplifies the accumulation of political power in the same hand. The Amazon driver must urinate into a bottle because he's legally required to be obedient, loyal, and respectful of Amazon. And almost none but Amazon decide what such obedience, loyalty, and respect consist of. One last point now to bring it all together. Whether in their capacity as citizen with respect to the government, as client with respect to profession, or worker with respect to corporation, contemporary men and women are confronted by political structures that exemplify the accumulation of all three powers, legislative, executive, and judicial, in the same hands. Administrative agencies, professional associations, and corporations are legally permitted to function as states of exception. It is probably a bad analogy, but the situation is a bit like Swiss cheese. A thin layer of so-called laws surrounding big gaping holes where the law does not work. So, is tyrannical management normal? 70 years ago, Leo Strauss remarked he found it puzzling that the word tyranny had become impolite as a political description precisely at the time of its most obvious practice. Similarly, today, is there anything more normal and widespread than the relationships I have described with government, with professionals and work and employers. Unfortunately, when it is used these days, the word tyranny does not usually refer to political things. There are books by the title Tyranny of Metrics and Tyranny of Merit. Yet I recommend we use the term tyrannical instead of state of exception, since it is not a technical term, it's a political, and one which has both historical and descriptive accuracy. That tyranny has been normalized through administrative agencies, professional associations, and corporate enterprises also explains how a state of emergency is put into effect. After all, it was an administrative agency called the Health and Human Services that declared the state of public health emergency in the US. It was the Center for Disease Control, CDC, which specified the science-driven, data-driven protocols of COVID intervention. It was the FDA that authorized and still authorizes untested drugs for use. Similarly, it was the professional associations of the AMA and the ANA that enforced the standards of medical practice on doctors and nurses, what David talked about earlier, including and whether to classify a death as COVID-related or not. And finally, it was the employers who enforced the essential worker classifications on how to work, when to work, and under what conditions. Last paragraph. A national state of emergency may be infrequent. That infrequency promotes the fiction that the abolition of the separation of powers is provisional. But as I hope to have made obvious today, the peoples of all the earth are effectively managed because they are banished, abandoned as citizens, as clients, and as workers to occupy zones managed by administrative agencies, professional associations, and corporate employers, zones where the constitutional order has been permanently suspended. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. I took a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much, Satchai. I think your timing was very well, and your speech was, I didn't feel it was read, and if it was read, it was perfectly well read, so your argument came over, and it was quite a gloomy view. So there was really, as you promised, no hope at all in the end. I mean, my hope is that I think some European countries is probably not as bad as in your part of the world, but we can also discuss all those things. So we have now the time, half an hour, to discuss and question and go back to you and go in dialogue with David and Satchai. And again, you have to move forward here. First of all, then our two friends see you and can hear you, and it can also be recorded. Because if I look now into the audience, it's dark. It looks like some stars on a dark sky. But
it seems like looking up at heaven.
Okay, so please, who wants to start to break the ice? And remember, it's only half an hour, because sometimes I know in the beginning the people are shy, and then when the half hour is finished, all raise their hand and want to question, and then there will not be a time. So,
Shall I come down?
yeah.
Sorry, my voice. Hi. I have a quick question, because to both of you, sorry my voice is not so well, but for example in the field of health we had this development of stressing self-responsibility and the autonomous patient and so on, certainly within limits and based on medical expertise. That is clear. It was not a new kind of freedom, but it was a certain kind of, I would say, of regime, no? Stretching stuff. And now with the pandemic, all that has been abolished. I mean, it was very authoritarian in a way. There was no choice at all, no self-responsibility. Can you somehow put this into context? Is this now, do you think we now face a new kind of regime? Or why could all these, as you also said before, pillars
of, of the medical system, for example, and of the question of the regime in the medical system be abolished. Did you get my question?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good.
David, go.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can answer it, Celia. It's very nice to see your face. So in Canada, I mean, we had this event in February of this year involving these big trucks. I think it made a worldwide splash. A group of, when it was required that truckers who had been exemplary and were heroes during the pandemic had now at the very last moment to all be vaccinated, it evoked this protest. And they all came to Ottawa, and along with many other like-minded people who staged a kind of uncouth party in Ottawa. It was very unwisely done in many ways. They were noisy and annoying to the people of the city. They used extremely uncouth slogans, but they nevertheless were saying, hello, this is not informed consent. This is not how we understand our society. And informed consent, as of the Nuremberg Declaration of 1947, was supposedly the pillar, the very platform of modern medicine's legitimacy. So this was not insignificant. What happened was that the government treated these people not as raising a fundamental liberal argument. On the contrary, it treated them as absolute enemies and disposed of them as such. So how can it be accounted for, Celia? I think you're asking that. I would say above all, I think that climate change fear is in the background. People are frightened, and they were really easily stampeded in March of 2020 and have in effect remained stampeded, although now the current mood is everybody would like to forget about it. But I think once the orders are restored, everyone will line up again, because there no effective argument against that has been made. But so I think fear is very much in the background, and fear hides the momentousness of the change that has been a long time coming. Sajay illustrated that, but is now ratified, established, and made obvious and unquestionable. Sajay.
I'll just add one point or one element to what Celia wanted to pose. It was once the case the doctor knew best. Then, as she well documents, it became you decide for yourself, but on the condition you work within the categories of the medical establishment. I think what these last couple of years have shown is when you have a situation where the medical establishment does not have settled categories, then we wind back, or the degree of autonomous decision-making is wound back, precisely because the categories are fluid. Then it comes back to the doctor knows best. I don't think this is a fundamental reappearance of something old. It's simply a renegotiation of boundaries, right? That if you have a population properly medicalized, then you become your own doctor, more or less. In states in which there is not enough room to have been medicalized, you know your place, you're told your place. I don't, to Celia's question of, oh, is this a new regime? I think not, it's a renegotiation of boundaries.
Yeah, but
The point is, the whole discussion about vaccination is highly medicalized. Also, those ones who do not want to get vaccinated, they all talk about mRNA and what it does in the body, and it's also very medicalized. And they work with the same terms, and it's all about health. So, isn't it? So they share the same grounds in some way.
But perhaps not the same sort of conclusions, right? If I have something wrong with my head, everybody says, "Yeah, let me go and get an MRI," because that's settled now. There's no more discussion. There might have been discussion 30 years ago, but there's no more discussion now. But when it is not yet settled, then you will see the naked play of force. It seems to me. Do you see what I'm trying to get at? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
There are coming more questions, and if there are no questions any longer in the audience, I have some questions. But Barbara Duden is coming.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Hi, Satya. No,
Barbara.
Yeah, here. You can.
Does this mean that the very understanding, notions, definitions of health do refer to something utterly different? Because somehow Celia argued, but this is medicine, these are physicians. So they refer to something that you think this is their field, and they drain on the power that it gives to them.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a whole transformation of power, totalization of no one in power, is it?
First, it's great to see you, even though it's all through this nonsense of the screen. I wish we were there. I think Ivan indicated many years ago, and I believe that it was partly in conversation with you, where he began to use the terms like biocrats, signifying perhaps a shift from thinking about medicine in terms of health and medicine in terms of biomanagement. If the word health, and you know this better than I, if the word health has to be grounded in something that is fleshly experienced, then what we hear now that passes in the name of medical language and so-called health is not experiential, has lost its ground in the flesh, if you want. And that to me introduces the idea of biocracy, somehow bare life. I don't want to get into Agamben at all, but yes, I suspect that is the case. We have left the realm of health, properly understood, but perhaps David and you have something more to say to that.
No, my answer to Barbara would be yes. It's hi, Barbara. It was so striking. I mean, no one's in charge is a very good summary of that. It was so striking in Toronto for the first year that most of the people I knew who were scrupulous didn't know anyone who was sick. You didn't need to have any experience of illness to believe you were in a pandemic. No one had to fall down in the street or be visibly ill at all. It was all, it all operated at this system level. It all operated at the level of abstraction. You could tell people that they had to protect their healthcare system, and nobody said, wait a minute, isn't the healthcare system to protect us? No, we have to protect it. We've got a health emergency here. It was all, everything was abstract. Everything was very hard to locate. I mean, as I said with the science example, right, that everyone said they were following science, but it was very hard to get actual scientific findings entered into the record. I mean, the history of the vaccination discourse, from the only way out of this is vaccination to, whoops, well, okay, they're not really working, but they're sort of working, or we have to have another one, or I mean, the shifts of the actual on the ground discourse as it changed was amazing, but the official discourse never really changed and hasn't changed yet. So yeah, I mean, I think it's exactly what you said. This does not refer to health as anything that I could feel, experience in myself.
Well, hello. So my name is Nilo Corradini. I have been speaking to it. Well, first of all, thank you for both of your presentations. At Student 2020, David, maybe you remember we exchanged a few emails. You were kind enough to answer to me. I hope I wasn't too much of a pain to you, as I sent emails that were fairly energetic, I would say. And I'm glad that I'm able to be here and that the conversation is continuing. So my first, the first thing I would like to say is that definitely we see, if I got it right, especially in Sajay's talk, that there's a problem with the pervasiveness and the increasing pervasiveness of power and the ability to control socially. And of course, we can see that through the technical possibility and the uncertainty from the tools and systems that lead to it. Though I think as a Brazilian and as someone that experienced March 2020 and so on, and the pandemic in there, we had, me and the people who were there, we had the experience of having the opposite position controlling the institutions. So we had a doctor who was also a minister saying, I think around February, of course I'm citing from memory, so the numbers most likely are wrong, but in a ballpark, he was saying this is nothing, deaths won't pass 1,000 in the world, we must carry on, this is nonsense, etc. And this was what being said in the name of science, get back to work and stop with this. But then, of course, there's the reality of Brazil being dependent economy in the periphery of the world, etc., and not having the same kind of power of decision, I would say. So my point is that, as I see it, as far as I can see it, this also falls under the logic, their stance also fell into the logic of increasing the pervasiveness of power. And because this is about, if we can say it in a nutshell, trying to guarantee that if event A happens, then event B will certainly happen socially, right? That it's not up for debate. We have the centralization of who gets to decide what the command is in the different ways that Sajay so elegantly put it, and that's the pervasiveness. And that's I cannot think about a different institution when I think in my country than the army. as they have their own courts, and they have now more people within government than they have when the military junta was governing the country in the 1960s up to the 1980s. They have named deans in universities unilaterally. What else? I think the list could go on and on. And of course the logic is not the same, exactly the same as what people saw in Europe and in the United States and the West. Because the forms that it happens, there is of course some kind of difference, but both of them are increasing the pervasiveness of power. I would say that in Brazil that this took more of the image of taking out of the state the idea that some protection must come from society and try to break bonds of solidarity. And there the effort was to lower the figures of what was happening until it became politically impossible for them. And around September, they finally started changing their the narrative. And so, what? Yeah. So yeah, of course. Sorry, I'm obviously a little bit nervous, and I'll try to be close. I think we come, and Illich is a part of a longer tradition that I've been that I've read described as maybe naturalist, where, for instance, I can see some relations with. There was a revolt against vaccines in Rio de Janeiro in 1904. I'm thinking of the works of Brazilian anthropologist called Nadia Farage. And there was a sort of critique that we can see parallels now. But then, so I have my points for debate that all of this was to funnel into getting to these two open questions, I would say. First is to put that I think that what Illich or Illichian thought at large brings to us is the qualification of the debate around technology. It's not just accept everything, neither reject everything, but I think through the readings we get methodology, quote unquote, to be able to discriminate, upon which we can maybe get into, and then get into my second point, how do we debate and eventually get into, hopefully, a halt into the pervasiveness of power that does not also fall into the kind of identitarianism and the kind of thing that resembles what was in power in Brazil back then, but is definitely also a force in the West, that this cry for liberation becomes then, the cry for authoritarianism, and even the comeback of the struggle of the white man and so on, the far right discourse. So yeah, hopefully that wasn't too much of a mess as a commentary, and thank you for everything.
Thank you. It's good to see you. I've been in correspondence with you, so it's good to see you. I have a very quick two-part response, and then I'll pass it on to David. The reason I did not present an argument with quote-unquote hope in it is, first, I like the notion that optimism, pessimism is not even for consideration. Hope is an important matter, but you talk about the aggrandizement of power. It's first very important to see plainly what one is confronting before one can come up with a remedy. David is quite right. Ivan, in my opinion, Ivan's remedy is still the only feasible way out. But out of what? And unless we diagnose that out of what with clarity, honesty, and a sort of, before we jump to the conclusion, is this good, is this bad, is this particular policy useful, not useful, strip it down to its bones and ask, what is it you're confronting? And in my argument for this morning, we're confronting expanding zones of lawlessness, understood as unconstitutional orders. Unless one confronts that, the diagnosis is too easily distracted, and therefore the therapies are wrongly announced, right? Anyway, that is my quick response in the interest of time. David.
Well, I would say first that I would not like to be understood as saying anything in particular about a situation like Brazil's. I spoke from my experience in Canada, which extends somewhat to the United States and somewhat to the countries of Western Europe. But how people might have cared for one another, how people may have reacted to a serious illness in Brazil, I don't want to say anything about that. I will say, since it connects my talk with Sajay's, that I think Ivan shows the way to a unified political discourse, that that the problem in Canada was that everything was so abstract. It was so far out of people's hands, and I mean, terrible things occurred, like shutting old people up away from their family, people on the verge of death already shut up, in effect imprisoned, unable to see their families. Like, people need to make those decisions for themselves. They cannot be governed. A human society cannot be governed exclusively by risk, but ours was governed exclusively by risk, and risk was that you cannot speak against a risk. Establish a risk, we'll lock you up. We lock it up, you can't come, doesn't matter. There is no argument to be made. So these are my concerns, is to get back to the human scale, to think, how will people help each other through something like this, nurse each other, care for each other, when are exceptions appropriate, and all these kinds of things, which have never been on the agenda here. So, but certainly I don't, Brazil presents a very different picture than Canada does.
There is a last question by Martina Kalla.
Aha!
Or contribution. I don't know what she is going to say.
There she is.
Hello, Martina. Good to see you. I so much wished you were here. So, but nice to see you. And hi, Sajay. I hope to make it simple, keep it small and simple, to turn it into a question. We were talking about, in management, I remember very much the monopoly of experts position by Illich, and I can clearly follow you in your expositions. And in your case, David, I see, or I notice so much, what happens in my context of, progressive kind of liberal left people, and what, even though, they are academically trained, and here I try to connect, they do not see the difference between applied sciences and basic sciences. And also, I've understood from Uwe Bergson that the moment when a term, a specific academic term, turns into or becomes public, part of a public discourse, it loses its sex, and all the discourse following might turn out nonsense. That's what the plastic words do. And I see, especially in the basic sciences, and because I'm an epistemologist, a trained epistemologist, I see in the basic science something different, and what basic science never come up is with solutions, It's a permanent discussion about models. It's all models. What I can see is that these basic scientists in particular moment which we witnessed in the last 2 years were turning into, from 1 second to the other into experts. There's a lot of confusion. My question is, where do you situate that what we call basic sciences and also philosophy and also even considerations for me belong very much to basic sciences. I hope that is the right translation. David, you might help me. Grundlagenwissenschaften. That's what I'm asking. Grundlagen. Yeah, that's not applied sciences, that's the sciences that do all this very strange, boring stuff, modeling the world.
Well, I don't know if this is an answer or not, but for me, there's a very interesting history which begins perhaps with Ludwig Fleck, but certainly begins in earnest with Thomas Kuhn and extends through 50 years of brilliant work in the philosophy and history of science, which I would say, whether you name Bruno Latour or Ian Hacking or Simon Schaffer and Stephen Chapin or whoever it is, a realistic picture of science is produced. As Simon Schaffer once said to me, which also summarizes Latour, we hadn't been to look. The philosophy of science had been science's account of itself. It had not been anthropologists going to look. So in our time, people went to look and produced what I consider to be a realistic picture of science. What we have seen, I think, in Canada, certainly, I'll say it, is a fearful and reactionary movement to restore the earlier image of science, science's own idealized account of itself, which is what I call the myth of science, is now back in the driver's seat. So in effect, none of this matters. When our prime minister says he's following science, he might as well say he's following Zeus or Athena. He's speaking about a pure myth. He's not referring to any particular science, basic or applied whatsoever. And so I think we've experienced a reactionary movement, and this you see across the board. It's the same with journalism. We've got to get back to the liberal. We got to get back to facts. Everybody wants to get back to the good old days now, and restore the Enlightenment. We're going to restore the Enlightenment, or we're going to restore that. It's all a restoration movement, and that's also true of science, which is impertinent. It doesn't have any grip on the actual new situation in which we're in. So that's off the cuff. It's not much of an answer. But Sajay?
We are already out of time, but
Sorry.
Sajay, you have the last word for this.
It's just the distinction between basic science and applied science. If it rests on the question of its political significance, Martina, you say that basic science is not political or apolitical, then it is, at the level of the polis, irrelevant. And then all that you see is what you call applied science, but then that is always already political. So I'm not sure about the validity or the significance of the distinction if it should exist, right? That I would.
Thank you very much. I guess we quite a food for thoughts. Thank you.
That's food for our 10-minute break. We have 10-minute break until 5:45. Just to breathe, and then we have the next paper. And we say thank you very much to David and Sajay. Have a nice day.
On all.
Yeah. Okay.
So welcome again. After this break, we discovered that we risk a certain distortion in the projection of the images, but we are lucky. We have the original ones upstairs, and even more, we have the students, or some of the students, who prepared these pictures. So maybe we will integrate them. So please come here and show yourself so that we see what happens. We welcome here in our conference and for this presentation Professor Momoyo Kajima and Grégoire Farquet de l'Université à Zurich. They are two speakers, so they will have a little more time together with their students whom they will present. It will not be specifically a conference on Ivan Illich, but I think it will be even more a conference in the spirit of Ivan Illich, confronting the present. And this is what I like in this conference, so thanks a lot for being with us. Please present your students and organize yourself, also including maybe some guided visit of the images we have above. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for inviting us. We are architects, and they already graduate our school, so please come. So Loic and Tangyu, they are also young architect. So we are architects all together. But yeah, I'm very glad so we were invited to present our project. And later, so let's talk together. So.
Okay, just tell your names. And,
yes.
I'm Loic. And I'm Tanguy.
Take your seats again. So you know that they will help you to understand what happens.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, so like our chair name is called Architecture Behaviorology. So and then also we try to study about the architecture form, relation between the different aspects, because this is also images of the Earth from sea outside one more section. So my point, the 18th century or 17th century, so not only the 19th century, so the Earth is more dominant by the place, we thought. But 20th century models, so the space were more discovered, and also time is also discovered to exchangeable materials. And that's why so we can develop a lot of exchange method and also transportation, and we try to go to space. So a lot of materiality digging on the earth, from the earth, and just bringing up to the moon. So a lot of happens in the 20th century. But also the 21st century model is also the expectation of the information world to become the future expectation. And then that means also the Earth becomes much imaginary larger than a real physical world. And then I think our architects, so we always have some confronting of this problem. So we make a building and we extend to the territory somehow. So, but also we need to consider the limit of the physical reality. So that's why this how we can manage as a design, and also that we discuss a lot of sustainability and reuse and the limit material. So that is ongoing the question in the architecture field. But same times also we need to think about what is the territory today and what is some enclosure in some certain circular economical situation in the reality or physically. So maybe this kind of question is also we need to solve soon, so as a hope. And also in architecture behaviorology, we try to address how the resources would be better accessibility to break the wall between the resources and our life. Maybe so the before industrialization, so before the modernization, so more our life is more touching to the directly to the resources. People can get timber from the forest to make a house. That's very easy way of making our world by ourselves. But now the profession or expert, this kind of profile becomes strong to addressing to the somehow the institutional order or a professional order to make a wall between the resources and our life. So that means we cannot cut the tree neighbor's forest easily to make a house. We have to order somebody who can cut the tree to buy in the market and to build a house. So that's why this kind of step maybe we need to discuss again to more better solution. And then of course we cannot easily to back to the more ethnographical or old traditional world. So that's why we need to somehow combining it to create a hybrid situation, industrial society and ethnographical network. And our architectural behaviorology, architects always design and making, but also we have to understand the very complex world and environment today. And also myself, that I would like to share this complexity with my client or our society or the school or students to share how to realize and how to solve this complex world to become the better solution. So that's why we always thinking about how the practice becomes the research kind of experiment, and also this could be also shared to this. So this kind of circular among the three different action is also a very important part of our studies. And also the architectural behaviorology, for example, people behave, so breathing and moving, so that's very clear. But for example, light and material, so a tree is growing or material is moving and sometimes fixed, or air, that's kind of moving part also we need to discuss as a behavior. And of course, if we see the very long distance genealogical perspective, the building technology was changed from the traditional one to today, up to today. So that means we can see the movement or changing of the techniques from the history to up to today, so as a typological genealogy. And also the architects always try to share with the drawing. So the drawing is a very, very important tool. But today I think I hear a lot of words. My words is also very important tools for us to understanding each other. But drawing is also very important media, so for our understanding. And also drawing also needs a lot of movement to make a line. So that's why this kind of embodiment of the making line to create some form. So that's also very important action. And then 2018, so I had some exhibition at the Venice Biennale, so curated about the architecture ethnography with Laurent Stolder at ETH, my colleagues. And then in this case, we invited the 42 different drawings from all over the world about the architecture. So for example, drawing of for, among, around architecture. So that means always we try to negotiate the architecture and drawing to become sometimes directly or sometimes more representative or sometimes more correspondent. So this is also some idea of the names of this exhibition. And for example, this case, the drawing showing the building. So that means the drawing for architecture. And also this is a building process also shown in the pillar, how to build up. So in Australian Queensland cases. And then so this kind of collection, we try to also explore so in this exhibition. And also these drawings have a lot of kind of camps, so camps in refugee camps at the moment. So that's why so the refugee camp is always moving and changing. So that's why so this author will try to making the drawing with also the words and also some communication and titles in the drawings. And also some artists always try to make an imagination projection to the it's not so visible, but in his imaginary world, so the drawing could be realized as one portrait of the place. And then in this exhibition time, so we organize of the also the some public drawings workshop in the focusing on the plaza of Venice, because Venice has a lot of beautiful plaza, but same time Venice has a beautiful veduta in history. And we try to learn the traditional or historical beautiful veduta in Venice to introduce how we can have a change in today's context in the same places. So the students, 3 students make one group. For example, Tangu also participate in this workshop, and then so that they make understanding the place and comparison between the historical drawing, veduta, and also the finding to the real space. For example, in this case, gondola was a wood boat originally, so in the drawings, but today it's a lot of motorboat, so running around the Grand Canal. So that's why, so of course, we can see how transportation in Venice were changed, but same time also the lot of tourism are coming into that today's situation. So that's why so like some ceremony, regional ceremony becomes a tourist line, for example. So that's kind of transition of the meaning of the line of the people or crowds. It's we found a lot of interesting part of the meaning of the public spaces. And in this public drawing we call, public means, of course, the focusing on the public space itself, but also the 3 or sometimes 10 or 20 people drawing together one seat. So that means the drawing itself could be also shareable platform among the students or us. And in this case, we always discuss how we make a drawing. So the first is observation, what is the resources, what is the behavior, what is the change today and so before. And also topic is very important, which kind of topic would be addressing on the public drawing. So for example, Grand Canal, boat, or like some specific life or market. So this kind of topic will be addressed on the paper. And also the drawing has several perspectives. So for bird's eye view, or like Renaissance, the one focus point in perspective, or axonometry. So each drawing has a meaning of how they were discovered as a geometry. So that's why so we try to understand the topics and matter, and we decide to that, well, maybe this drawing must be drawn from the overview or side view and so on. And then we did one drawing workshop in the Venice, but after the Veduto exists all over the maybe a lot of European city, especially Italy. So we have another Roman very beautiful Veduta drawings, and then so we went to the after the Rome, and then to find also the different drawing, and to also do another same format workshop. But we found Venice Plaza is much smaller than Rome, so because most of the drawing, they need more paper comparing from the Venice. And so that's why, Roman square is quite bigger than Venice, for example. Or if we go to Zurich, our city, ETH, and Zurich has a not so long somehow history, so that's why we found a lot of industrial drawings. So for example, like a station plaza or university, so this, or a water generator, so a lot of new industrialization element of building or monument are expressed in the Veduta. So that's why we can compare easily, so like what the city addressing or what the city try to represent in by drawings. So that's also a very interesting the topics.
So continuing with the drawing, we came actually in 2020, we were all surprised with the pandemic and the lockdown. So we found ourselves actually remotely working and only able to exchange with our colleagues and students virtually. So it was a condition that forced us to improvise with new angles of observation and radically adapt our teaching formats in order to tackle amongst others, the upcoming planned summer workshop, which we had to organize entirely from home. So while we were constantly scrutinizing the unexpected circumstances of the pandemic, we also had to find new ways of integrating students into the learning process. So that's why in spring 2020, we proposed to 2 students' assistants, Tanguy was one of them, to produce a graphic survey of the material and social changes that were taking place in their own living and learning environment. So Tanguy, you want to say something to that drawing? Or You can do it. So that was Tanguy's actually living situation in a student housing, actually in the Bramshof in Zurich. And so he could collect actually the transformation of living there, which since everybody had to be home, there was a change in how they would appropriate and use the spaces, the shared spaces, the more public spaces of the courtyard with this big tree, and then the coursive, and then their own private sleeping rooms and the common spaces. So there was I won't go into the details, but there was a real transformation of all levels from very private to more common and even outdoor spaces, that all those relationships and equilibrium had to be rethought and readapted. Tanguy also made a survey of another colleague of him in Grancy in Lausanne that was actually working also as an architecture student, working in a small room, so he had to rearrange actually all the positions of the bed, of the shelves, of the working desks, etc., to be able to attend the courses and work from there and spend more time in a single room. On the right, similarly, another student assistant, Rodrigo, made a survey of a colleague who was a diploma student. The diploma student at Department of Architecture really has to produce, kind of be really active, and time is limited until the diploma. So there was a very, very tiny and specific arrangements of everything from the model building to the desk with 2 computers and cutting place for the model and the bed, and question of light and etc. and view to the outside. So after this first experience of the survey, we decided to run an entire research workshop based on that same idea under the title Learning Spaces in Pandemic Times. So we had a call, and 16 students attended and worked on the development of an axonometric hand drawing. Each of them, one drawing, in which they collected empirical observation registered in their surrounding environment. So they had to, we had weekly desk critics and mid reviews until the final work, and so they had to actually look at the neighborhood, the house they were living in, the kind of typology they were living in, their relationship with a certain landscape, the view that they had from a certain window. So that was Charlotte in Saxon, in Valais. She also really looked at the whole cohabitation in the house. All her sisters were coming back from their study place, and so that means all the family was in the house. They had to continue studying, the stepfather was there, the mother was there, and so there was a new reorganization also with the exterior spaces, and all new stories like happening in the house. Here this is Loic that was here, that in his first research looked at the different typologies. Loic was, we will see it later, but he was commuting between a friend's place and his own place, so he had to look at the different spaces, to look at the relationship with the different places within the city. So, and I will come more in detail to that drawing, but the final works actually reflected not only how the pandemic has affected the students' own living and learning environment, but also how public life and work patterns were radically transformed across various territories, be it in a rural village, an urban center, or suburban area. We had really a lot of different clusters amongst the 16 students. The drawing narrates the stories of how people relate to their physical environments, individual and collective experience of the authors. So as a first cluster, we have drawings that represent situations of commuting and dealing with the tension between staying and moving, living and escaping. Loic's drawing, Detour from Introverted to Extroverted Houses, belongs to that first cluster. It analyzes how the quarantine has influenced life patterns inside two different houses in Zurich. During that time, Loic was commuting every day from his apartment inside a 1980s social housing complex in Zurich, 4th district, to the house of one of his classmates who lived in a student's accommodation inside a 19th century block downtown. So the first classmate, the first house is characterized by a quite extroverted relationship to its urban surrounding, allowing neighbors to establish close vis-à-vis connections to the balconies. Loic also says that those relationships felt sometimes quite intrusive, or even claustrophobic. In the second house on the top right, instead, the second house establishes a more introverted relationship with the city, yet the building benefits of a large common garden, which was often occupied by numerous students and provided an ideal collective space to escape isolation. The real drawing is up there, so then Loic can maybe at the end comment a little bit on that. Another drawing of that moving cluster narrates the author's daily routine during the lockdown, when his life was mainly centered around two different occupations. As a student, Joël was forced to attend classes and work on his assignment from home. On the other hand, being employed at a local bakery, he cycled around Zurich on a daily basis to carry out bread deliveries. Finding himself at different locations in the city at the same time every day, Joël was able to make direct observation and find indicators of how the lockdown had changed the behaviors of people in a variety of social contexts. The drawing shows how the queue in the front of the bakery was seemingly getting longer and longer every day. Like the orders to restaurants were now being received from small backside doors, and while day after day, the big logistics center serving the shop of the city remained still, hidden spaces like courtyards had become new places of encounter. You can see also the drawing over there from Loic, the original one. In a second cluster, drawing collects observation made from the intimacy of one's own domestic space and address the relationship between those who are inside and the world outside. Nathalie Clausen's appropriation during pandemic is an observation of how use of private and public spaces were changed and reinterpreted. For instance, a kitchen becoming a place to work, the sleeping room a space for workout, or also for drawing or model workshop. The spacious corridor became an occasional yoga sports center, and the bathroom a photo studio. From within the interior space, the relationship to the outside world became even more important at that time. Tectonic features of the buildings, like windows and balconies, played a very crucial role. Balconies became places for social encounters and new forms of common activities like singing, violin concert, or DJ sets. Windows are providing viewpoints as well on situations of the public space. On the piazza, or on the top left, on the piazza in the front of the Dorflinde elderly people's home, musicians started to give concerts for elderly people. Under the Sommerlinde, under that tree, outdoor gatherings were happening more than usual, even some illegal parties to which the police had to put an end. The pandemic crisis transformed behaviors within the private and the public realm, but also generated appreciable and innovative spatial appropriation. Here I'll pass quickly, but this is a Winterthur post-industrial city, a survey on 3 different typologies by Lucie. She really looked carefully at the behaviors and the activities in those typologies, where we noticed that those quite privileged living conditions were actually less needing very creative and innovative solutions regarding the use of existing space, and they were less constrained in those living conditions. In a third cluster, the drawings deal with the relationship between lockdown communities and the rural and natural landscape surrounding them. Here in Alexandra's Giga Coming Together, she displays the emergence of a strengthened neighborhood community around the private outdoor green space of a single family house area. So there were new behaviors, like her father preparing a beer garden and connecting much more with the neighbor in that way. Or here, Charlotte, 100 Stories of the Rural Side, that was in Valais. A storyboard of the lockdown times in Valais. The drawing narrates the stories of countless strategies put in place by individuals, but also by communities in response to the social and economic hardship brought by the lockdown. The different local realities of the village and its surrounding interweaved with each other, giving life to new complex exchange of small-scale economies and relationships of solidarity that proved an exemplary model of resilience among rural communities. You can see the original up there later. There are a lot of very nice stories in the drawing. Here a bit of a detail with her own home and a theater group making some show, or a place on the top where actually lunches were offered to the community. And then in September 2020, we continued the observation, but this time collectively, again in public drawings and on public space. So students worked on 2 very large public drawings. They are next to the entrance, the original ones, up there. focusing on specific places and moments in history that are emblematic for understanding the management of disease and death in relation with the limits of the city of Zurich. The drawing that we see here, Architektur der Fürsorge, die Spitäler der Universität 2020 und des Predigersklosters 1204, shows on the right, on the right, the management of the disease in the Middle Age, and on the left, in 2020 inside the university hospital during the first wave of COVID-19 epidemic. Over the centuries, the organization of hospitals has transformed radically. In an effort to isolate and quarantine the sick, the medieval hospital was built at the limits of the city, behind closed walls. By contrast, we can see here on the cluster, and then those these outdoors filled within walls where the sick were put. And today, in a university hospital, the hospital is located actually at the heart of the city, and the intensive care units are only separated by a system of very fine, almost imperceptible boundaries with the outdoor public space. So there was more about the pathways that people were separated. In this second drawing, Räume der Gemeinschaft, das Quartier Silfeld mit den Alten und Neuen Friedhof, 1877 und 2020, shows the Silfeld Cemetery in its original state in 1877 on the left. When it was established at the, we see it was really established at the outskirts of the city, and also the cemetery was put into walls. And on the right, we have the new cemetery on the right, and since many of the parks and school parks and outdoor spaces were closed, the cemetery became actually really a public space where many people gathered and could go out actually. So we have a new function that we can recognize that goes way beyond that of the remembrance of the dead, but became a place of an intense public life. Yes, so that was it for the pandemic drawing. And I don't know if we have a bit more time or if we should stop. We can do it quick. We can, yeah. 5 minutes. Yeah. This is actually what brought us here. This is this publication that is out of print today. It's a book that we could guest edit with the architecture journal in Berlin, Arch Plus, together with the other chair with whom we were running this research on learning spaces, a chair of cognitive science. So this is a research on higher education learning spaces. That picture is a bit actually came on the cover because we could accept that this playfulness and joyful behaviors could actually be a way that we could take actually also for higher education, and also more on a private level maybe because Momoyo is a friend of this architect that passed away a few years ago. So the interesting thing of the structure of the book is actually that we always go from a strand that we call behaviorology of learning spaces. It's a bit of a theory coming from architects and from us, theories that we like to support actually around learning spaces. And then we have always a second strand, the B strand, that you can see in the rosa column on the right. This is actually field research. So those are like those workshops, or focus work that we run with students, or workshops where we actually basically in the one-to-one scale transform spaces around in the ETH. and or studios that we could run with students. That we called that field research. Also, those drawings that we've been showing are part of that thing that we call field research. And then C-strand, that is the interdisciplinary discourse, and there we would, that's why we get in contact with you. Actually, we would have loved to have Giorgio Agamben writing on Ivan Illich, but I guess he was very had a lot to do with other things. I mean, that was the pandemic and
to reestablish.
Yes, yeah. But we could have somebody who could actually make the link. So this was just to show the introduction chapter by Momoyo. I will pass this maybe. This is another chapter by Beatrix and myself on informal, because our focus was put on informal learning space. Just quickly, this picture comes from Hermann Erzberger in his lesson to young architects, actually, and of these two women eating, actually just between two cars on the street. Because the restaurant is full, and they could find actually their little space where their meal would probably be tasty, and they could have their small safe space there. The question of distance, maybe also to the other guests, and that's what we call per essence informality, in the sense this kind of appropriation of spaces that are not meant for this initially. Here for our Brazilian colleagues, those are pictures of the FAU, School of Architecture in Sao Paulo. And there is this beautiful, huge central space that is quite empty. That is something that today every managers of the construction wouldn't accept because it's done for nothing. But actually, it made possible, for example, that in '84 there was this student protest against the military junta and the direct election of the president. So it gave actually agency to students to come together and to gather and to protest. So yeah. Here, kind of one of the drawing that we do on the reference, and the C-strand, the interdisciplinary discourse, we have the chapter by Tom Ollert. Tom Ollert prepared a few years ago an exhibition that he called Bildungsschock, that was in relation to the Sputnik shock, that was actually the Western countries being shocked that the Soviets could be able to send a satellite at first in the space. So after this, that was 57, I guess, and then after this, in the 60s and then early 70s, there was a huge amount of tests, of new pedagogical forms, and related to architectural space, actually. And Tom Ollert presents two cases. The Juanita High School in Lake Washington School District, which was actually a huge space where 1,600 students would share the same space and could organize themselves their program, and where the non-hierarchical relationship between teachers and students were supported. It was a test that only lasted 2 years, but it's interesting to put it in relation with, with the year that this program was developed. That's actually the same year as the book Deschooling Society was written. And just to say it, for Illich, this kind of school was way too much the expression of the function of military-industrial complexes of the Cold War, and not taking into account racist discrimination nor segregation of the educational system. I just maybe read a small quote, or should we stop?
Maybe this is a good sign.
Yeah.
Say, let us take all the questions and further perspectives into the common evening.
Yes. Yes.
But it's fascinating. But you decide what your last word should be.
Maybe Momoyo, you want to make the 10 points about learning quickly?
Yes, please, I think our presentation almost finished. So because a learning space is also part of the importance, the two will be discovered. And then, for example, recently, so we did, this is what I mentioned firstly, so distance, no? So the sharing the floor and the change the posture and distance. Also I think school space, it will be also addressing or changing to some different idea. So, and then this issue was also try to understand what kind of space would be best for learning. And also drawing would be also process of the learning, so for architects especially. So that's why we want to share with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, we did not go beyond our time, because I cancel my presentation on the German translation of Ivan Illich, The Powerless Church, because the book is not yet printed. I will invite you with some champagne, and you get one of your copies, and so on. So let's say for today we finish the live stream, but I have to apologize, first of all, or last of all. I was wrong. I said it is not about Ivan Illich, it is about facing the present in the spirit of Ivan Illich. It is about Ivan Illich. It is a kind of creative continuity with the question of deschooling society, in my opinion, and a very interesting one. So I hope the students already started to reflect what they wish, and they will propose to the rectorate how to transform the university. And I strongly hope that there will be a workshop in Zurich about imagining the New Jerusalem, for example. Okay, now I leave this to you. I make a proposal. So we announced our group for a solemn dinner at 7:30 at Bindella Restaurant in the Rue de Lausanne. So we will go together, but it is the direction towards St. Nicholas Cathedral on the right side. We take some time for gathering, preparing, and so on, going on to talk. And during this period of gathering, I will just announce the time, you can go up and we make use of the presence of the students. So it makes it much more easy, because if you have 4 experts now, we cannot see all together one of these drawings, but maybe a small group can see the drawing of one person or under the guidance of the other one, and you look a little bit around, because we need somebody who introduces us into the details. The details seems to be very interesting. So thank you so much. I close this first day. Thanks also to the film team. We continue tomorrow, and we leave this place, this learning space, at 5 to 7. 5 to 7. Then we are largely quite well in time in our restaurant. And I think we should honor the perseverance. So everybody who is here present now, who is hungry and who wants to join us, can come with us and is invited. Thank you so much.